man.
You know, like I don't have
Part 2, and hopefully people rejoin here.
They probably didn't have the same kinds of
Right.
Well, even if you think it doesn't separate people today, there's also then there are two guesses. What do we gain by replacing the highway?
We need to wait for the audience to come back. There's literally nobody here.
Well, I'll vamp a little bit because then if you want to return to this point, before the super chats arrive. So
this may be something that we'd have to go into a much deeper podcast.
Yeah. Well, you know, I don't know how long you're in town. I live downtown.
But we ended up.
Do you need to run?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I live downtown, so let me give you my card.
Yeah. No, I'm went to try to look at the super chats and it crashes the stream. Or as Jonathan Ledbetter points out, Rob crossed the streams, which is a Ghostbusters reference. Thanks. I'll tell you what, for going more in depth with a lot of this, since we can't cover everything.
Oh yeah.
I need to tape for my Patreon podcast. If you want, even if we just do it through Zoom or something, through audio.
Oh, I'd be happy to
that. Because I need to get caught up with what everybody has written me, and the problem is I got to figure out how to get it because it vanished when I tried to see it, and it. Yeah. I am going to find everybody here. So.
It doesn't show up on Twitter.
Not yet.
Well, I'll just say because at least I see you're live now, so at least maybe it'll appear in the recording.
Right.
Well, before the super chats come in.
So Vic Oil points out YouTube sucks when it comes to super chats. Well, the super chat part's great. It's when I go to try to see it, I should be able to just filter it and see all the super chats.
Right.
So I get caught up.
Unless we have just a super
and
chat
the problem is I went to hit the thing where I could filter it on this phone, and YouTube, the official YouTube app, I'm not using Revanced, the official YouTube app, the most recent version, it crashed on us back at the live stream in May in Las Vegas, and it's still crashing now, and I can't understand how a multi-billion-dollar platform that's designed to do this job and should be idiot-proof, so when I go to use it, it shouldn't
Have you ever thought about getting like
it shouldn't crash.
Making like a little laptop setup?
No, that's be way too much to haul around. Okay, so I'm gonna say hello again, and we're going to figure out how to, but I think we need to focus up a little bit. As much fun as it is to get real deep in a lot of this stuff,
Yeah.
I need to find, okay, so this stream, this one here has crashed, but it may still have some super chats in it. So I'm going to read off all of them I can before this disappears. So we had Jack Cartilage with a double-digit super chat. Jack, hopefully you're back. I'll mention your name again in case you're not back yet, so you can rewind and see this. Jack writes, keep up the awesome transit reporting. This should cover a Whataburger meal. I like Whataburger. I love In-N-Out, but I really like Whataburger.
I work at Whataburger.
You work at Whataburger?
I could tell you how the closest Whataburger by transit. You get on here, you go up one station, and there's a Whataburger at the City Place Uptown
But
station.
then you have to go in. I like to just sit in my car.
I can give you guys a discount, but you guys have to go.
Oh,
More importantly, what's the item a person should get? So if Jack's giving me money for Whataburger, what item should I order?
The patty melt?
What's that?
The patty melt or the pickle to go?
The patty melt? I haven't tried the patty melt. So.
Patty melt's pretty good. It's like
Okay.
It's basically like 3 patties.
Oh, I forget that you're not from here. I kind of take for granted.
Oh yeah.
I just assume everybody's had Whataburger and I've tried one of each on the menu. I forget that some people just don't know what's on the menu.
There's no Whataburger out west, so I have to deal with. I'll just ping pong back and forth. So you having been in California, Whataburger versus In-N-Out. I understand you work for Whataburger, so that's got to win. But like, give me the strengths and weaknesses of both.
In-N-Out still, I'd say the patties are more fresher In-N-Out, no matter where you are. Overall, like really Whataburger isn't all that fresh. I mean, we freeze our burgers, you know, like every other restaurant, like McDonald's and stuff. So it's not really all that fresh.
All right. So it's not quite like. I haven't had In-N-Out until the other night because now you can get In-N-Out in Texas. God bless Texas. And It's after filming in South Carolina and Atlanta and Tennessee and Oklahoma. And I saw an In-N-Out, and I went, and I got my double with onions, ketchup, mustard, instead extra tomato protein style, and a fry, cup of water in the car. $8.68, and I'm just like, that was glorious.
Yeah.
But I'll hit up Whataburger as well. So and I'll try the patty melt one.
Yeah. And now it's still cheaper here even.
Yeah. Whataburger seemed like it was coming out more like $12.
Yeah.
That still ain't bad, but
not too bad. Not as bad as like Jack in the Box.
South Carolina, they have something called Cookout. And Cookout's pretty low quality, but it's cheap and delicious, man.
Oh, it's like the name of a restaurant?
It's called Cookout.
I said, like, we have cookouts. Not a restaurant called Cookout, but we have cookouts here in Texas.
A chain of cheap fast food called Cookout. Okay. I ate there every day, man. It was great. All right, well, thanks again, Jack. And I say, hopefully you've rejoined the stream. But, and if you have and missed it, go back. And we're talking about your super chat. So this phone hasn't crashed yet, so I can go back and read what we had. Shane with a nice big double-digit super chat. Hello, howdy, Shane. It says, awesome to see you live. Thanks for spreading awareness about healthy infrastructure and urban planning. Enjoying Hexel's commentary on Dallas. Cool. Yeah, and you guys were talking some and bringing a little bit of politics into it. In engineering, we call it best practices.
Yeah.
Best practices isn't conservative, it isn't liberal.
Yeah, of course.
You can go to Salt Lake City and find great transit.
Yeah.
You can go to LA and find, or you can go to Orange County and find some great freeways, right? So it's not that, I think we do ourselves a disservice to say, oh, well, Republicans are for freeways and Democrats are for transit. Not at all. This thing here definitely divides the community.
Yeah.
It's not a political thing. This is a great piece of infrastructure in the wrong place.
Yeah.
This somewhere else, going over a railroad viaduct or south of here where it goes through the is that like a marshland or whatever. Fine, like that's kind of what they do.
Yeah.
But in the middle of an area where this land can be so vibrant and make a lot of money, this is the wrong. This is the wrong piece of infrastructure.
Well, what I mean is, I don't think it's necessarily bad. It's just that how it was designed, back in the 50s. I mean, back in the 50s, they just had to make something together, and this was their best plan to do it at that point in time.
Okay, let's see what other.
And I want to touch on, again, I don't want to drag you too deep into politics of it, but having been to all of the 345 hearings.
Oh, you went to all of them?
Yeah.
That's cool.
One thing, so as recently as like 2019, yes. there was a questionnaire that was put out, getting each of the council members at the time their stance on the highway. And as recently as 2019, 11 out of 14 of them wanted to see it removed. That flipped because of the feasibility study. But even at the feasibility study hearings, even as much as now most of the council is in favor of quote unquote keeping it, which means trenching it, or all outright removing it, even among those who are in favor of trenching it, everybody is of the same page that it was a mistake to build it here in the first place. It was a mistake
to look at the documents.
Bulldoze the neighborhoods that were here.
Right.
We're talking about a population in the tens of thousands that lived in the footprint of the highway.
Right.
So it's
and the trouble is, tearing this down doesn't fix that. It's gone.
Well,
the damage has been done, and so it's going forward and trying to say, okay, going forward, how do you maximize utility and minimize harm?
So
and if you can shrink the footprint of this corridor, if you can get it down where it's out of sight, if you can give the city of Dallas, which we're getting ahead of ourselves here, opportunities to cap it and make it disappear underground, you can end up with a Boston situation that's a win for everybody.
Well, okay, I did a recent trip to Boston.
Yeah.
That experience in Boston where you have the big dig, it was basically invisible. I went there and then they said, so Hexel, what do you think of the big dig? I was like, wait, where was the big dig again? And I discovered that I explored that city. I had no idea where it was.
Right.
It was completely different. But here's the thing. This will not be nothing compared. This will not compare to the big dig. You will still, if you want to see what it's going to be like, walk back and forth across I-30, which is already trenched, or 75 again, which is also trenched, it's going to be closer to that, because when we're talking about cap and lidding, it's only going to be for like maybe 3 blocks worth of the right-of-way.
It appeared like it was a little bit better than that. So if we take a look here, you got a number of blocks there. Now those are potential capping areas. Obviously, not every single one is automatically. It's certainly not. It's not funded as part of the project. But you can see in purple there. There's
well, there's
all these potentials. And let me give a little bit of a backstory. If somebody's like, "Wait, what are you guys talking about?" So reset. In case you're joining, we had a stream. The stream crashed thanks to the YouTube app. We're talking about this bridge here, Interstate 345. It splits downtown Dallas from this neighborhood over here called Deep Ellum. It's got about 25 years of life left in it, but it does have an enormous cost to maintain because it's a big, long bridge. As the bridge gets older, it's going to get more expensive to maintain. So for the last 10 to 15 years, Texas and the city of Dallas and others have been trying to figure out what options there are. They could replace this with another viaduct that may be smaller and narrower, but could probably kind of give you more, but then you still have this big ugly viaduct in the way. You can leave it here, but it's eventually going to need to be replaced. You could, and so another option is take it down below grade and try to shrink the footprint a little bit. And then between the city blocks, the city of Dallas could build bridges over the freeway to build either a city park or lease it out for buildings. And so you can kind of, at least for a few blocks, kind of get the best of both worlds, make the freeway disappear, but still have it.
Yeah, that's the selling point, make the freeway disappear. So the point about lidding, or putting caps over the highway. So you look at that and say, okay, well, it's not an entire right-of-way, but it looks like there's potential lidding for a lot of it. But TxDOT always oversells how much they can cap and lid. And we know that because historically, even very recently, there's been there's places where they identified opportunity for cap and lidding, but when it actually came time to do it, it was a lot less. So we like to point out Clyde Warren Park, but you can see how much of the highway Clyde Warren Park covers. But then most recently, they had the convention center, a $3 billion project, and I think as recently as last year, they were saying that, we're going to build a convention center over the highway. And actually, 2 years ago, they said they're going to build the convention center over the highway. Then last year, they said, we're not going to build the convention center itself over the highway, but we're going to put a connector park, a lit park over that section of the highway.
Right.
Now they're not going to put a lit park at all. They're just going to have a little lip where you get a few extra yards of green space, but they're not going to lid the park like they originally claimed. So within a span of 2 years, you went from it's going to be completely covered to it's not going to be covered at all. And so there's no guarantees whenever they say there's a potential
to
lidding.
Your point, California for a long time has wanted to do airspace leasing. It was never an aggressive plan from the get-go to cover the Harbor Freeway through downtown with buildings. There was never, but it was a soft plan. If a developer approached us with something that sounded feasible, we'd let them do it. We lease the airspace to them for like $1 and they could build a building over it. Okay. Well, it didn't happen for 2 reasons. Is one, it is enormously expensive, and the one developer who tried to do it got sued into oblivion under CEQA by another building developer who didn't want his building to disappear because people would be in a tunnel. And then because that fell apart, nobody ever tried again.
Right.
Most of the airspace leasing is the other way around, where they have a viaduct and they go, hey, I got a bunch of junk. I want to lease the space under the freeway for my junk. And they're like, oh, okay. And then the junk catches fire and sets the viaduct on fire.
I mean, that's literally, there are not one, but 2 public storages
underneath there. Yeah, there's an airspace lease. And so that's part of the challenge is, sorry, I'm trying to watch to make sure that I see if I can
all the super chats.
Go back in the previous chat and see if I can pull up all the super chats that make sure I haven't missed anybody, and then I'm going to go to the new one and then make sure I haven't missed those as well.
Well, one stat I've been dying to say is that $2 billion price tag estimated by TxDOT. So if TxDOT estimates at $2 billion, realistically it's going to be more, because that's what's, again, always happens.
Well,
but looking at the $2 billion,
the big dig was enormously expensive, but once it's done, you're glad you paid for it.
But to put it in perspective, $2 billion is also the price tag that we paid to build a 26-mile new light rail connection from Plano to DFW Airport. So you're familiar with the Silver Line project, right? That project also cost $2 billion.
Right.
And so this is 1.4 miles versus 26 miles.
Right.
If we could build that for the same price, and then also for $2 billion, you're not getting, that $2 billion does not include the lidding. So that's going to be another fundraising that has to happen. And it doesn't cover the long-term maintenance. It doesn't cover the fact that we're going to have this exact same conversation in 50 years when, like all highways, it reaches its end of life.
Right.
So you have all of these additional costs, and then there's the fact of, okay, what do you get back? Well, when TxDOT commissioned what we call the city map study, the revenue...
So back in 2016, we were talking earlier on the other stream before it crashed, of the big loop of all the freeways around downtown Dallas. You have, I believe, 35 East, going north-south on the far side, US 75 here, Interstate 345, and then Interstate 30 on the south, and the Spur Freeway to the north. And so they took a look at all of it as a system and saying, look, so much traffic goes through downtown, what do we do to try to make it better? And then from there, started looking at options of saying, well, this thing is really kind of an eyesore and a problem. What can we do with this viaduct?
Right.
And it went from there.
And so, my next point is going to circle back to our friends here's $100 million every year in tax revenue by replacing this highway with a neighborhood like was before. $100 million every year, $4 billion in economic activity. So it's not just a matter of either you have it or you don't. You either have a highway or you have an intense money generator, jobs generator. That jobs generator is not only...
I'm going to push back. This thing's a money generator. It's just a money generator connecting other things far away. This thing doesn't make any money for the ground here, but it makes an enormous amount of money for the region and for the United States. So you have to look at it holistically, and that's what I'm saying. Definitely there needs to be a loud voice representing the ground right here. The ground right here has been underrepresented since 1968.
Right.
And if they're in the middle of a project, now is your chance to get in and raise heck about it. And the best negotiation is not walking in and agreeing to the compromise. It's going for everything you want. And everything you want is a complete removal of this highway, because for the ground right here, that's what's best. Well, the same way, there are motorists on this thing who are going to say, keep it or build another viaduct.
Right.
And they're not going to negotiate wanting to give anything in a compromise. The job of TxDOT, if they're follow best practices, is to look there and say, look, we got taxpayers all over the place, and we're going to end up with this thing in the middle that nobody's going to like, but everybody can live with it.
Right. Well, every time the point about it makes money, no doubt, it makes money for someone.
This makes an enormous amount of money.
But the question is...
It just doesn't make money here.
Yes. The question is, who does it make money for? And does that economic benefit extend to the people who are paying for the externalities of having the highway?
And that's a fair question.
There's a net negative cost of having the highway here for the businesses and the residents here, and for the immediate neighbors, like, again, South Dallas, who... A long conversation, but I would attribute the existence of this highway to the non-existence of groceries there. All of those externalities are paid for by the people here. Is it making money for the people here? And that's where I would say no. The wealth is being made, but not made here.
We can keep going on this topic for a long time, but I need to continue
go ahead.
with you. Adam writes with a super chat. Thank you very much, Adam. And this is going to open up another thing.
The can of worms.
Why do cities need so many parking garages? You have to be able to connect workers to work, right? And so traditionally, space, just vehicle storage, if you're moving 100% of your workforce by car, which is what a lot of cities have done for a long time, many still do, you need to have space to store that car that's cheap. It needs to be cheap enough to justify a car being there, right? And when you get into a downtown central business district, Well, if you're bringing in cars and you're demanding, and there's a huge demand for vehicle storage, it's actually where it becomes more cost effective to stick all the cars in a building. But that gets very expensive. I think storing a car on the ground runs about $10,000 over the life of the space. Sticking a car in a garage, I think starts about $150,000. So it gets very expensive, but it shows that in absence of a different way to move people into a downtown, people are willing to pay $25 to $50 a day to store their vehicle in a car storage building to be part of that workforce, because the economic opportunities of being part of the central business district are so great. And so that's the advantage of building something like DART, is you can say, well, we're really just trying to get the worker into the workplace. We don't need to get the car into the downtown. We could skip the vehicle storage entirely, do cheap vehicle storage at a DART station way outside of town where we can store the car for $10,000 a year. I mean, at that point, you can almost give them the space for free, and then they take DART in, and they don't have to have an enormous expensive parking downtown. But at the end of the day, like, transportation it's not something that exists by itself. It's part of a broader thing. You have to stop a minute and say, okay, where's this person starting and where are they ending up? What thing in the economy are they trying to participate with? And so the goal is, well, they live in a house because they have kids and they want a yard, but they work for some law firm, and the law firm wants the prestige of being in that building downtown. Then you have to get him there somehow. And
also,
parking's one way of doing it.
Oh, so you mentioned the whole, we need to have this parking and car infrastructure in order to bring businesses downtown.
In absence of a different way of getting people downtown.
So this has been so there was when they were redoing the highway, this North Central Expressway in the 1990s, part of the grand bargain of, okay, we're going to expand and trench US 75.
So first of all, give me background. What is the Grand Central Expressway?
Oh, North Central Expressway?
North Central Expressway.
It's what this directly feeds into.
So
if you were to drive
US 75 north of that spur freeway?
Yeah. So if you were to go visit the Whataburger, the closest Whataburger, that's what you would drive.
If you're following along on Google Maps and you're curious about this, downtown Dallas has a loop of freeways around it. And if the US 75 one that comes off, which actually from an engineering standpoint is pretty cool, because they have the frontage roads, but they didn't have enough room for the freeway and the frontage roads, so they cantilevered the frontage roads over the highway. I've never seen that done before, not even in California.
It is pretty, there's a lot of engineering marvels to it. I mean, so in addition to building this trench, they also built the City Place Uptown station underneath that trench.
Oh, is there an underground DART station?
Did you not know? Yes,
there's a DART station that's like a subway station then.
The only subway station and the deepest in North America is right over there.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool.
And it's so deep that you don't get cell service.
Oh.
Like, you go to Boston, Chicago, you can still use your phone and call for help.
Well, I think some of those, they've got to be putting boosters down there. I think like the LA subway, you're 3 stories down. They had to put some repeaters in there.
So I serve on the DART Citizen Advisory Committee, and this has come up all the time. They do have Wi-Fi kiosks, or they have Wi-Fi antennas, extenders in the tunnel, but for bureaucratic reasons, they haven't turned them on in like years. So that's also a different conversation.
But then you'd have to be tied into their Wi-Fi. Right. Let's circle back to parking garages.
Right, parking garages. Okay, but here's US 75. So when they built US 75, the promise was, and they had like people on the record and say, we will build our new State Farm corporate headquarters in downtown Dallas if you build this US 75. And then it's building the highway requires parking, garages. Well, we did it. And you know what they did? They fulfilled half of their promise. They built their new State Farm headquarters along US 75 in Richardson at City Line, what's now City Line Bush Station, not downtown. So this is, whenever there's these promises about it'll bring X number of dollars or X specific economic activity when it comes to highways, you always have to be very skeptical about it, because if you can make it increase connectivity on one end, it also increases connectivity on the other end, and there's no reason why they wouldn't go over there where the land is cheaper, at the time, cheaper and more open, and they can do whatever they want versus trying to mix in with an existing urban fabric.
Well, the bigger picture you're looking at is something like US 75, Interstate 30, Interstate 40. Well, that's not here, but it's up there. It's also not just about regional mobility, which we think about it because it is helping us move people within the Metroplex. It's moving people from Houston to the Metroplex, or from Houston to Oklahoma City, Houston to Tulsa, Albuquerque to, I don't know. I'm trying to think, I don't know my DFW geography enough to know what everybody's going through. But the point is federal highways involved, the other states are involved. This project on US 75 north of here is something that Oklahoma would care about. It's something that Louisiana would care about. It's important to the whole region. There's federal money being helped as part of it because the interstate, the Commerce Clause aspect of it, that it's
right. So that's
commerce.
true.
So, but anyway, we ventured pretty far from parking garages. But at the end of the day, parking garages, you need a lot of them if you don't have a better way to move people. But in a downtown,
I am wearing my parking.
In a downtown, is vehicle storage the best use of the space? Because if I think about it, if I have an office in a downtown, how big is it? And then you think about how much room my car gets in the garage, plus its share of the aisle, the little sliver of the aisle that's for my spot. You add all that space up, it might almost be as much as the office space I get. And so you're doubling the amount of building you have to build per worker.
And no matter what, you're still going to need parking because in this day and age, people are going to have cars, whether you have transportation or not. So
well, but a lot of it is if you can get half of the people working downtown in on a train, they still have a pretty good convenient system because they drive from home to the train and then the train in. And it's a win-win because you could replace a lot of the parking downtown with more buildings that make money.
Yeah, exactly.
And people still have the freedom of driving because they drive to the station. And then the transit pass, well, that comes out cheaper than what they were paying for parking in the building to begin with, right? And it scales up where, let's say your downtown's really successful, it doubles in size. Well, now I got to build twice as many parking garages. But with a train system, up until you hit a certain point, you can just double the number of trains.
Yeah.
Or actually fill the trains that you already have. But
by the way, that's my hottest tip, even for people who drive. My hottest tip, if you're coming downtown, especially on a weekend, your best bet is to always park at a station and then ride in, because you never know when there's going to be a protest. You never know if there's going to be construction. And if you're going for an event, then there's going to be thousands of other people thinking the same thing. So your best bet to have a consistent time, park at Mockingbird Station. They have like the most rail lines and the most parking. And
then just zip in on
And just zip in. It's like, it's just 2 stops on the rail versus trying to find parking here, paying out the nose, possibly getting in an accident, waiting behind a giant marching band or protest or whatever.
So Adam, thank you for your super chat. Next, we've got Spencer with a big super chat. Thank you very much, Spencer. Spencer writes, panel thought on, panel
we turned into a panel.
Greenfield versus brownfield builds and transit. My opinion, large master plan communities in Greenfield areas should have a multimodal transit hub, giving people an option, but not necessarily force them to use mass transit.
Okay, when you say brownfield, do you mean
so what he's talking about?
There could be 2 meanings. Either A, he means infill.
That's what he
or
says.
he means literal brownfield, as in the ground's been contaminated, like where American Airlines, like Victory Park is a brownfield.
Good to see you. Yeah, you want to come in for a sec? Come say hi. We'll come back, Spencer. So come on in. What's your name?
I'm Dan.
Yeah, we're passing the mic around here. Here, come stand here, so you're actually in the shot here.
I don't really.
So what do you do for work? How long you've been in Dallas? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Okay.
Tell me a little bit.
I've been in Dallas for about 26 years. I work at Love Field, and I was watching your stream, and I'm like, well.
You heard Love Field, and you had to come on down. Here, come step a few feet this way. Make sure you're actually in shot. So that's cool. What do you think about this project going on here? Because we've been talking some about how. We're in Texas. this project here about all the options that they've been looking at of replacing it, putting it below ground, tearing it out completely, leaving it alone.
Yeah, I think whatever is best for the community is what I want to see. I don't want to see them leasing it out to anyone. You know, we were talking about leasing out space or whatever.
Oh, you're talking about like if they had like a toll group come in, or
no, if there was like space under, if they were gonna have, I don't know.
Oh yeah, so like what
LA.
we're talking about that. Yeah, so that's not something I see Texas doing here, but yeah, LA. What they would do is they decided in downtown LA in the 1960s that they have all these little city cross streets, and rather than fill it all in with dirt and then just build bridges at the streets, they figured, oh, we'll just build a big skyway. We'll just like a continuous bridge. And then when they were done, they're like, well, we wiped out a whole city block, and there's no, and so they thought, oh, people could build buildings under there and come back, but very few buildings got built underneath. They ended up just having people storing things they weren't allowed to store under there.
We try to put nice uses. We try to put nice uses under this interstate. The Bark Park. Have you noticed the Bark Park?
Well,
when you're walking
I noticed
around?
there's some nice bathrooms and a park, and there's definitely things that have been trying to make this as friendly as it can.
The Bark Park is like an example of how you could try. You might have the intention of trying to put something nice, but even when you do, people are not going to bring their dog to play under the interstate. And you'll notice, because if you just hang out there, I've done this, if you just hang out and just watch, you'll see all of the people in these apartments and these condos walking their dog and playing with their dog outside of the Bark Park.
So they'll never hang out over here, but they won't actually go underneath.
Well, they won't really hang. I'll see them passing by, and I've stopped and talked to a couple of them. I said, oh, how long have you been here? How long have you had your dog? So do you ever take your dog into the Bark Park? And they'll say, I tried it once or twice, but there's just something, I mean, the noise, and it's just not a pleasant place to bring your dog.
I got some. You're looking to make sure we're in the sun.
Yeah.
So you guys could move on.
Hey, so nowadays, somebody out of state like me, it's all about DFW. That's the only time I fly in. What's the importance of Love Field in a DFW world?
So
I guess yeah, this is the mic.
Okay.
Are you going? Just hold it.
Yeah. So, Love Field it's got other than Southwest Airlines and a few other airlines will pop in on occasion. It's really big with private aviation.
Okay.
And then you've also got JSX, which flies out of there, the semi-private scheduled service.
Because I think back in the 1980s, my uncle was trying to get his private pilot's license. He did actually. And I think back then LAX would let private traffic land. I don't know if they still do. And they did. The tower said, "What's your intent?" And he says, "I really just want to take off, land and take off." And they're like, "Okay, well, you may have to wait." And they were pretty unhappy about it. So I imagine nowadays DFW is so busy that if you're just a guy in a little Cessna 172, they're probably saying, "Get out of here, go to Love Field."
You can get in there, but it'll take a minute.
Okay.
They do have a private aviation, corporate aviation terminal as well.
Okay. So basically, if you've got your own plane, don't fiddle with it. Just go to Love Field, and life's good.
Generally, if you are gonna maybe fly international, and you got your own plane, but you don't want to fly internationally on your plane, you can go.
Howdy. Keep going.
You can fly into DFW to their corporate jet terminal, and then connect to your international flight. That's cool. What I think they made that for.
So is Texas home for you your whole life, or where you been?
Well, and I was going to actually touch on that. I really appreciate the work you did up in Tulsa, especially with the cloverleaf. I'm born in Tulsa, grew up in Broken Arrow. So
you've driven what it's been like over the years, because Tulsa has an enormous number of cloverleafs.
Yeah. As a kid, kind of white knuckled a few of them.
Yeah, because there's one. I'm from Salt Lake City. There's one on the 215 freeway. And when you were on your learner's permit, man, that was like hell on earth trying to learn, like, because you know that interchange, 215 and 201? That's a different one. Okay, so I'm talking, there was on 215 in Southern California, there used to be one as well. But 215 in Salt Lake City, but it's the same principle. You have the traffic entering is going very slow, coming off the round ramp, and you're trying to punch it at the same place. People with brake lights are flying in front of you who have so much more speed than you, but they're braking.
Right.
And it's just such a bad way to do an interchange. And I thought it was interesting when I interviewed Trapper Parks of ODOT and just asked them, are there conditions where it makes sense to, where it might make sense to put in clover leaf? And he goes, no, not really. Just don't do it anymore.
Not anymore.
It's like
So did you? So yeah, they're looking on the Google Maps at another clover leaf in California that was pretty bad. They built some enormous. I mean, the flyovers they're doing in Tulsa, I think, are big. The ones they did in California, I think one of them's about 3/4 of a mile long because it flies over the next exit.
Yeah, I like the field goal.
The field goal.
Yeah.
So yeah, Tulsa's a neat place. I had never spent any time there, but it was really cool. So anything else on your mind you want to chat before
I just figured out
the camera competition gets a little more?
I came up to shake your hand and to stand here and watch.
I'll shake your hand again.
Thanks, sir.
So we'll chat too here in just a second. What's your name, by the way?
Stefan.
Stefan? Whoops. Oh, that's all good.
First we dropped the magnet.
We're good. I got the magnet in my pocket. Every piece of equipment I own has been dropped in the ground, including the camera. Okay. So we talked. Spencer was asking about building Greenfield, which is when you have, say, a new housing development. Lots of these in Texas. And you go out, you can wiggle wherever you want, that's fine. If you think you can frame it up better, I'm not gonna say no. If you have a brand new housing development out in Fort Worth, you're going north of town, you have an old cow pasture, whatever it is, never really had buildings on it, and you build 600 new homes on it, that's a greenfield development. If you have, the way he describes it here, an old Kmart shopping center that you went out of business and you rip out the parking lots and you build something new on that, that would be a brownfield development. So not brownfield in the sense, because you'd been asking about the EPA, brownfield can mean, oh, this place was polluted, but we cleaned it up. Let there be light. All right.
They knew we were streaming.
Yeah, we may need to move a little bit. We might want to move a little bit here in a minute because I think I might be in silhouette, but we'll chat for a minute here. So the panel thought he has for a super chat and wants us to know is, in his opinion, if it's a large master planned community, especially a greenfield one like out in Fort Worth, should there be a multimodal transit hub, so trains and everything else, as part of the development, so it gives people the option, but not force them to? And obviously, I mean, that would be a great, yes, that's right. I'm hesitant to give it to you because then the answer won't end. We'll get it to you in just a second. And so the thought being, I'll use an example in Utah. Eagle Mountain, Utah is where all the new growth is. It's way out there. There's not even a freeway to it yet. They have a plan for a freeway. It'll be another 25 years, but it's growing like leaps and bounds because the ability to add enough new family housing that works for having kids, even with some pretty loosened laws in Utah that's allowing a lot of infill, an enormous amount, is still not enough, and so you have Greenfield. But even though they have Utah's very progressive on transit and on trains, they are not thinking about that at all. And now would be the time to build an Eagle Mountain that centers around some big train stations and then like spokes out from it, but they're not. It's all car-based and it'll be locked that way forever. Now I'm gonna hand you the mic.
Okay. So, short answer, yes. I think every brownfield, because the reason I made the distinction.
Well, I think Greenfield in particular, he was wondering too.
Oh, Greenfield.
But let's talk both.
Oh, okay. So brownfield development, that's essentially what Victory Park is. So Victory Park, where the American Airlines Center, where the Dallas Mavs play, that was originally an industrial, historically, before it became this master plan development, it was an industrial, ground polluted. And the answer is yes. I also want to acknowledge that brownfield development is very difficult because if you forget the environmental aspect of it, there is just the fact that it's very difficult to build on.
You got to buy an old building and knock it down.
You got an old building,
they already
knock it
have
down.
demolition costs up front.
There's also the ground pollution that you have to clean up and then deal with, so that's habitable,
again,
usable.
I don't think he's talking EPA.
Right. But the reason that I put that all out,
repurposing.
it costs a lot of money. And so you need to have a lot of value that you're creating, not just, you need to have a lot of value that you're creating from a business perspective. So Victory Park has not been a profitable neighborhood. And I don't mean that in a feel-good, neighborly way. I mean that in a sense of it's changed hands, they've gone bankrupt, Rossborough has gone bankrupt over the Victory Park. They have a station there, but I wouldn't go so far as to describe Victory Station as a multimodal hub. So that's why I like his point, which is that if you have this project, this master plan project that's going to be very, very capital intensive, then how can you make sure that it's A, valuable for everyone, and B, has the best chance it can have to be profitable? Make it more of a multimodal hub so that you're not dependent on your nascent tenants, the business tenants, to turn a profit in that space. Because if it's a multimodal hub, what that means is people will be coming in and out of that space whether or not they originally intended on spending money there.
Right.
But of course, then what happens is they do spend up money there. So it's a win for everybody.
A lot of it in my mind is you think about what's profitable out in the suburbs. A subdivision with the strip mall and some big box stores and everything all together, and that works because you're not anticipating the people who live in this neighborhood shop here, and the people who work here live in the neighborhood.
Right.
It's tied in with this great road network to be able to get people from there to here and here to there, whatever. You can do that with a multimodal network too. You can look at it and say, well, people want to ride an e-bike because it's kind of urban and stuff. How do they get here by e-bike? What's the market area if you're on an e-bike? How do we make sure that we build out a network of that? If people want to take transit, well, what's the reliable bus lines? What sort of transit lines we have? And so, you in my opinion, you just replicate what you're doing in the suburbs, except it's closer together because less parking, it's more stacked on top of each other, and not everybody's arriving by car. Maybe only 30% of people are arriving by car. Everybody else is arriving on these other modes. But when we build most developments, when we do a traffic study on it, we really only care about how well does it connect to the car network. We don't really think about it. We just go, oh, and it's near a bus stop, so we're good.
I would say, on the one hand, should we? Yes. Which one would I prefer banking on, knowing that both are difficult from a capital perspective? I would bank more on brownfield because the greenfield, by definition, is brand spanking new. And if it's brand spanking new, as in nothing's been built there yet, that means there's probably not a whole lot of other existing transit lines either. So I do believe they should. I think you're probably, for greenfield development, you're probably not going to get a rail as your central mode. But I've always wished that the public transit system, so DART, would do more with Greyhound and these other private intercity operators.
Yeah, but then they're just stuck in the traffic with everybody else.
Yeah,
I'm not going to take it.
And that's kind of my point, is that the challenge is Greenfield.
If you had a plan of 100 years from now, here's where all the rail lines are going to go, and then you just save the strips.
Oh yeah, well, that's where if you're a developer, you're asking about this, look at the NCT COG's plans that they've studied for.
NCT COG is what, North Central Texas
Council of Governments.
Okay, so that's an association of all the different city governments coming together and trying to plan for things as a group.
Yes, our metropolitan planning organization. They've studied what it would look like to revive passenger rail along that corridor between Carrollton and Frisco, or Irving and Frisco. And so if I were trying to stay a step ahead of where are the greenfield opportunities that also have some connection to rail, I would look at that study and see where some opportunities are.
Spencer, thanks very much for your super chat and panel question about, but at the end of the day, I think the answer is, obviously you should. No, almost nobody does. So, but it's an opportunity. Again, right. Engineering best practice tends to be better.
A lot of people don't because it is quite capital intensive. It's quite expensive.
Come on in for a minute.
Hi. I don't want to interrupt. I just wanted to say.
Everybody's interrupting. That's what a live stream is. Yeah, come on in. Just come a little bit closer so that way people can see you. What's your name?
My name's Stefan.
Stefan.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
I'm originally from Houston.
Go ahead and hold it. It's,
All right.
it's a mic. We were clipping it on, but we kept losing the magnets.
Okay, I hope this is good.
That's good.
I'm originally from Houston.
You're from Houston?
I lived in the Netherlands for a little bit. I went to school in California. And now moved to
did you walk away being like, Dutch is better, only Dutch as far as roads? You know how people love they always brag about how great the roads in the Netherlands are?
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, I was a kid back then, so most of my like analysis is sort of, based on my memory. But like I biked to school every day, and I was able to, like, our family would take the bus and the train everywhere, and we had a car, but we seldom used it. So I think in terms of like multimodal transportation, the Netherlands is maybe doing a little bit better than Dallas is, but
but remember too, the Netherlands is a tight,
very
flat country with a lot of really old development that lends itself to human scale transportation. So they're doing a great thing for the region.
Definitely.
Here, it's kind of what I look at is sitting there saying, if you go to the far fringy areas of Fort Worth where my relatives live, freeway improvements and good sidewalks and bike trails, and that's about the best you can hope for, right? And I'm good with that but that doesn't mean that like here, this is a canvas to be able to do something really cool with this part of the city, taking into account the constraints that you have to work with, And so there's so much potential in this area. You have this tall building over here. I'm assuming that's all condos, right?
I don't know about that one in particular, but there are a lot of condos.
Yeah, but look at all those people. If every single one of them get up in the morning, go down to the garage and exit out, you just created a giant traffic generator, right? And it's like a big portion of those people, 30, 40, 50% of them, if you had really good bike infrastructure and things like that, you might be able to keep them off the freeway. And they may say, I have a commute where I was going to go 3-4 miles anyway. Well, 3-4 miles on an e-bike is nothing. Even Fatty here had no problem with that. I was filming in South Carolina. And so thanks again to my buddy Bennett, my buddy now, because we hung out for several days filming, but he had an e-bike and let me use it, and I realized, like, this is a game changer. Up until now, hot take, bike lanes were an amenity for the spandex crowd. It's something you put in because it was trendy and environmentally responsible, and it made your city win awards, and a little tiny fraction of people used it. But you did it because, like eating your broccoli, it's something. They're both green. You're just something you're supposed to do. Then the e-bike came out, and it's actually a viable way to commute like up to 10 miles. And so for a lot of people, I live in California. The weather's great. I should be able to get in a little e-bike with a basket on the back and run to the grocery store if I had a place to do it. Back in the 1920s, everybody bought Model Ts, and it sucked, because you were driving in the mud everywhere. And so they had the Good Roads movement to find funding mechanism, build out a big road network so everybody could drive their Model Ts, right? Well, we're at that point with the e-bike now. We need the good e-bike movement where it says this is no longer about the environment or whatever. This is about saying there's this entirely new technology for people, and he's getting ready to jump in here.
Well, real quick plug. So if you go to our Dallas Urbanist YouTube channel, we actually did a video, a woman who bought an e-bike replacing her car, who lives here in Dallas. So if you want to see what it's like for someone who replaced their car with an e-bike here in Dallas, there's a video we have on that.
But if I have to ride an e-bike on this, in the traffic with the cars, that might as well be driving a Model T through the mud. It's too risky. It's too much of a mess. I don't want to do that, right? But if I have, like when I was filming in South Carolina, all these trails, and just like this huge network I can ride on, it suddenly becomes kind of viable. And that's what I'm saying is we get to the point where you look at a map of all the roads in Dallas, and you have this wonderful grid. Good road here, and it connects to this road, and it connects to this road, and if this road's closed, you just go around this way. And so we all drive, not because we're fat, not because we're lazy, not because we have a love affair with the car. It's because we built an amazing infrastructure network that supports the car. And bravo, good job, I'm glad we did. Now, let's build the medium speed network. We built a lot of slow speed network. You lay out a map, especially in Dallas, you lay out a map of all the sidewalks. You got a decent network of sidewalks. Great. Now let's build out the medium speed, the scooters, the bikes, the e-bikes, the stuff that, and I think you could move a lot of vehicle traffic onto this medium speed network, and it's so much cheaper to build than the road stuff, because you can move a whole bunch of volume on 10 feet.
Yeah, but I wonder, like, even though it's cheaper, there's still some like funds involved, and I wonder if it's a case of sort of reaching maybe like a minimum threshold. Because I went to school in Cal Poly SLO. I don't know if you've.
I am friends now with the students of Cal Poly SLO. They had a transportation conference, the Student Leadership Summit, and they invited me out. So
yeah, they're great. But anyways, over there, there's more and more people that have gotten e-bikes and like e-scooters, and I think now the city is starting to pay attention to that and saying, look, our network is not as developed as it could be, and there are a lot of opportunities to reconfigure roads and adjust to allow more space in 24. So.
Okay, were you involved in transportation at all? You didn't go to their conference, did you?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
I was in the School of Architecture, so they kept me pretty busy. But
no, that's true. And you will be, if you work in architecture, you will be for the rest of your life.
Yeah, working in architecture, got off work at 8. But, but yeah, so maybe it's like a minimum threshold, and I don't know if you have any opinions about this, but I wonder if enough people in Dallas are using e-bikes and e-scooters, will the city pay more attention and start actually adding
It's
those?
backwards. So part of it is if our road infrastructure network looked like our bike network, nobody would drive anywhere. Right? We'd like, I don't know, rent helicopters. I don't know how we get around, but like we wouldn't do it.
Yeah. Well, I'd say it's a cycle. You're right, and he's right.
Right.
That someone's going to kickstart that cycle. Either or, the city invests more.
Yeah. So you're saying it's a chicken and the egg, it's both.
It's kind of like a chicken and egg.
Right.
And so what I always encourage is both. Like, number one, there's been a lot of one of the groups, the Shifty Freewheelers is among,
were they the ones that went by just now? There's like a huge group of bicyclists. Unfortunately, you didn't get a chance to see because it was behind the camera.
We just had Critical Mass last Friday, every last Friday of the month. Are you familiar with this?
I'm not, no.
Maybe you are because you live closer to downtown. But check out another plug, Dallas Bicycle Coalition. If you want to see us actually change the cycling culture and infrastructure here in Dallas, Bicycle Coalition has a calendar.
You guys do little rides for like a big group?
Yeah.
Because to plug Greenville again, because I think Bennett's probably still watching. The Greenville bike group invited me. I went with them, and they took over the street like they were a motorcycle gang, and just
it's a great time.
Adults, kids, e-bikes, regular street bikes, whatever, and it's 20-mile-an-hour streets. They just took it over and just took off.
It's awesome.
It was kind of fun.
Was that Critical Mass? Are you familiar?
I'm not familiar with Critical Mass.
So you can look this
like
up.
A Star Trek thing or something.
So Critical Mass is this movement that started in the 90s and it really blew up in popularity because of COVID. So every last Friday of the month in every major city, including Dallas, hundreds of cyclists gather and they roll out at 8 p.m. every last Friday. So we always meet here at the Dallas Farmers Market. And so, as a fun plug, if you live in the Dallas area and you want to see a really good time and see the streets being used in a totally new way, come down on a last Friday, mark your calendar, and if you can't make a last Friday, go to the Dallas Bicycle Coalition website. It's dallasbicyclecoalition.org. Check out the calendar. They have all the social rides of different groups
and that
together.
You're saying is in cities all over the country, it's not just Dallas.
Well, Critical Mass is all over cities all over the country and all over the world. And then here locally we have a group, a coalition.
So somebody's watching from Kansas City.
You probably have
Kansas
one.
City has something like that.
Probably. And I love your Kansas City Union Station, by the way.
So if you're watching from Kansas City, I don't know who you are, but if you are.
Big Kansas City Union Station streetcar fan.
Hey, Garrett Hills writes with a double-digit super chat.
I'm about to go.
And here's, you're going to take off?
I got to take off. It was great to meet you.
Yeah, well, thanks for coming by.
I was wondering if I could get a photo. My roommate's also in transportation.
Please.
I gotta have some bragging, right?
I wish I was wearing my real shirt. That's too hot. Yeah. Oh, we can get it. Here, let's get a better picture with the light the other way.
Maybe this way?
Yeah. So you got to see the back of our heads for a minute here. Selfie. There you go.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for coming by.
Is it still running?
Sweet, thank you.
Is it still running?
Yeah.
So Garrett with the double-digit super chat. Is it still working?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to make sure it's centered.
Yeah, well, that's kind of you to do, because until YouTube fixes it where the selfie camera isn't flipped, we got to... Who's got that? Still got the mic. Okay. Good. So Garrett writes, so here's my usual live stream super chat. Well, thanks, Garrett. It's good to see you again. And Garrett writes, love you, Rob. I'm actually planning to visit Texas for a couple of months. Well, that's fun. Hopefully it cools down by then. What are the best months for him to be here? So he can feel disappointed that those
Any
aren't the
month
months he'll
other
be
than
here.
the summer.
Well, okay, but what's the summer like?
Oh gosh.
How late in the year does he have to get before it's like, okay, it's kind of nice? 80s, 70s.
I would say it starts getting nice in maybe September.
September. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's something that's kind of underrated about Dallas is that, yeah, we're kind of infamous for our hot summers, 100 degrees, and that's what most people talk about.
Well, I'm used to Vegas 100 degrees or LA, Inland Empire 100 degrees. But the dew point's 50 or below.
Yeah.
What is this? 100 degrees and it's 72 to the dew point. Man.
Yeah, I've talked to a lot of people who, compared to where they came from, like maybe they came from Houston where it's a lot more humid.
Yeah.
Like Dallas is a lot nicer and it's not as hot as often as many other hot cities.
It's not San Antonio. You're not drowning like Houston.
Yeah. We don't have tornadoes. Also, that's the other thing. It's like we have a fewer natural disasters.
You know, Houston's actually part of the Gulf of Mexico. It just dries out part of the year.
Oh yes, Gulf of Mexico.
It's normally actually underwater. It just dries out sometimes.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It's part of the Gulf, as in like sometimes
it's not supposed to be land.
Sometimes it's SpongeBob Bikini Bottom.
Stealing it from somebody. Anyway, Garrett also writes he's going to rent a naked bike and hit the road once I fly in. Is that a type of bike?
Naked bike? Do you mean that?
Or is that the way you use the bike? In which case, have fun, I guess. And especially being in Texas.
I'm not familiar with what a naked bike is.
I don't know. It says I'm going to rent a naked bike.
If you mean like non-electric, I like the term.
I'm assuming that's probably what.
I like the term analog because you have electric guitars and.
But I live in California, so they could mean something else.
Okay, maybe I like the term acoustic bicycles as opposed to.
Actually, Salt Lake City. I have a friend who said he did that. They did a naked bike ride through Salt Lake City,
yes.
And I was like, well, good for you. You want to come next year? No, I'm out of town. Gonna miss it.
You can rent a bicycle, an e-bike. There's two companies that I know. Pedigo here in Deep Ellum, actually, so just down the street. Pedigo rents out bicycles.
They rent them by like the day or something.
Yeah, they rent them out by the day.
The scooters are ridiculous. We Atlanta live stream about a month and a half ago. My scooter bill, of course, we did it for hours. $63.
Oh,
by the end of the night.
Yeah, that's when if the app ever asks you, do you want to save 50% by?
Oh, I did.
Oh, still?
I did. It was still $63.
Well, if you want another tip, if you do the Lime, I know the Lime does this. If you wear a helmet and you scan your helmet, I think it gives you like a 10%. It gives you a discount if you scan a helmet. So another way to save money.
Next super chat from Adam. Adam asks next question. And I think the answer to this already is yes. Can ferries work in cities?
Ferry. Ooh.
Can ferries work in cities surrounded by lakes? I think that people go from Chicago to Grand Rapids or whatever the city is on the other side, right?
So I don't have the deepest answer for this, but I have a fun answer, which is that the city of Dallas, when it was founded in 1841, its main mode of transport that really gave people a reason to go here, Bryan's Ferry.
Is it the river on the opposite side of downtown?
Yeah, I hope there's some Dallas history nerds that are like.
Well, we're in Dallas, so now's the time.
Yeah. So part of why the city of Dallas was chosen to be where it was because it was at the skinniest point of the Trinity River, where people during certain seasons of the year, cattle can. What's the word I'm looking for? When you just go for it, when you just go through the water, you can ford the river.
Yeah, Oregon Trail. I'm that generation. I should know this.
Yes.
You ford the river, or you shore it up with tar, or you hire a ferry.
Yes.
And we'd always ford it. American Dad fans here? Anyone watch the episode, the Oregon Trail episode? So Roger puts the whole family in the Oregon Trail. so he can cope with the idea of them eventually dying because he wants to kill them on the computer. And Stan gets to the river and he goes, "Oh, what are my options? Ford the river or pay the ferry?" "Well, I think this family is built Ford tough," and they go right in and drown immediately.
Oh, is that where Ford did they think? So Ford, the Bryant's Ferry, so the founder of Dallas was John Neely Bryant, and he ran Bryant's Ferry, which was a little ferry that just got you from one side of the ferry to the other without getting your ankles wet.
Right.
And then eventually they put a bridge, and then on the other end of the bridge they built
Keep
a ferry.
talking. I'm just going to check the battery level on this phone.
Oh yeah.
You can plug another
And
battery
so on the flip side, I don't know if you can have a ferry as your main mode, but then that comes to the point where I've always lived in Dallas. I've only visited other cities. I rode the ferry at my last visit to Boston back in, when did I go there? In June.
Boston have ferries? There's so many bridges in Boston. Why would you need a ferry?
Well, that's the thing. It's like, it's nice to use. It's certainly
Is it just like a historic thing they've kept going as like a tourist thing?
There are certain trip cases like the one we did. So when I was there, we walked the Freedom Trail. We went up to Bunker Hill. Our hotel was still downtown. And so we walked across the bridge. And from where we were to where we needed to return, so from Bunker Hill back downtown,
Right.
it made sense for us to take the ferry. And it was quite nice. I enjoyed it. Would I center the entire transit system around it? No. But it's quite nice to have.
I know Oregon, you'll see, because they have a bunch of rivers, streets are named Boone's Ferry, because that's how you used to get across. And there are still some operating ferries that people do occasionally use, typically on rural roads.
Right.
But the bridges over the years have replaced all the ferries, the principal traffic ones.
So in a more recent example, pseudo-recent example, I'm flying to New Haven, Connecticut. I'm going to there for Yimby Town conference. But the reason I mentioned that on ferries, I'm still on ferries. I'll finish the point.
But real quick, I need to explain. NIMBY is not in my backyard.
Oh yes.
And NIMBY is what
in my
urbanists,
backyard.
planners, engineers, people who just want to see stuff built get very frustrated with NIMBYs. California is probably the king of NIMBYism because of the ability to sue projects and stop them. And also just having a lot of people with resources and education to be able to, retired lawyers who got nothing better to do but sue the project next door to them. And so YIMBY would be people who are trying to say, we're going to fight back. Yes, in my backyard. I know my neighborhood's going to change and that building next door is going to be taller than my building and it's going to be different. But in the long run, I want it, yes, in my backyard.
Yes.
So you're saying there's a YIMBY conference.
Yes, it's called Yimby Town. And in case anyone's like inside baseball type of deep knowledge about these things, I'm more of a strong towns approach guy than a Yimby Town approach guy. But that being said, I love both of them and I'm part of both groups. But I'm going to Yimby Town. That's going to be in New Haven, Connecticut. And I was trying to figure out which airport to fly into. And I basically have a lot of options, but one of the options I considered was flying into the closest airport, which is on Long Island.
Right.
And then taking the ferry across the Sound to New Haven. Well, comparing the time and the flights available, it was just not practical for me to go the ferry route.
Fly to Hartford and rent a car. Problem solved.
Or, well, New Haven, not Hartford.
No, but I'm saying fly into Hartford because
okay.
it's cheaper. Rent a car for a few days, drive it down to New Haven. Use the wonderful network that the Connecticut Department of Transportation and the taxpayers of the state have built out.
Sometimes
and put it to work.
Sometimes I forget I'm talking to road guy Rob, not transit guy Rob.
Well, I'm pro-transit, I'm pro-car, I'm pro all the above.
Well, what I decided to do when I booked flights for it, I'm going to fly into LaGuardia and then take the rail because they even have an Amtrak stop in New Haven. So that's what I'm going to do. But back to the original point.
Well, that was the plot point of the show House of Cards. Is that in the later season? I think when Frank Underwood becomes vice president or president. I forget.
Spoiler alert: they dropped Kevin Spacey.
Yeah. Well, and then that season was terrible. I mean, the show was already. The show was supposed to be 52 episodes long, and it had 52 solid episodes. And then they did another season after that, and it really went downhill. Yeah. And then they decided, Kevin Spacey's been canceled. Let's do another season anyway.
Yeah. But anyways,
somehow they turned Claire into a monster, and I think it dies with her, like eating Doug Stamper's corpse in the Oval Office.
Oh, wow.
Like, it becomes an absolute disaster. If you're going to watch House of Cards, 52 episodes, turn it off. Frank lost. Journalism won. Great ending. End it. But anyway, somewhere in like season 2 or 3, back when it was still a functional show, there was talk about the State Department and trying to, how do we posture in a tough way against something China's doing we don't like, but we are also trying to court Chinese investors to fund a public-private partnership to build a bridge from Long Island for transit and cars across the Sound to New Haven, Connecticut, and it was something like $10 billion or something like that, and so they didn't want to lose out on this money. And so that's the fictional dream of the world of House of Cards, is that there's a bridge from Long Island to Connecticut, so people don't have to travel by train or car through the city.
Yeah, I haven't seen the show. I'm aware it's very popular, but that premise sounds very Gadget Bond to me.
Yeah,
that sounds like infrastructure for the sake of infrastructure. Because if you're trying to get that vector, that geometry, just take the existing Amtrak or regional rail.
But think about it this way: if you're in Brooklyn, all the way in Brooklyn, right, and you want to go to Boston,
it still makes more sense.
You go that way and go up over the bridge and avoid the city altogether, and that gets all that through traffic off of Long Island. You might be able to turn off early. You're coming up from New Jersey, you turn off, go through Long Island and over the bridge. So it pushes the traffic onto Long Island and gets it out of the city.
Oh, this actually could tie
completely fictional.
This could tie into a really good policy point.
Okay, real quick, and then we'll move on to the next thing.
Given the choice between building new infrastructure, whether it's car infrastructure or rail infrastructure, that bypasses a city, rather than building faster and more direct transportation into this and through the city by transit. For that trip case where you have someone in Brooklyn trying to get to Boston, it would be better for them and all of their neighbors and a whole host of other trip cases if you made it easier and more faster for them into the city and then take Amtrak or take regional rail versus a very specific small use case Gadget Bond transport.
But if you're Boulder City, Nevada, and you have too much traffic going in your central business district, here's what NDOT did. I think it was really clever. So they built the bypass Interstate 11 all the way around it, and they didn't put any exits on it. So it serves as an actual bypass. It doesn't just create new development off out in the desert. So if you want to go shop in Boulder City, you get off of that first exit, you go through the old way, and then enter back on at the end of the bypass. If you're bypassing it, it means you've missed it. Boulder City's gone. You're going all the way around.
Okay, yes, 100%.
So you can do things like that. We just typically don't, because what Boulder City normally would say, if they were any other city in America, is we want those extra exits because then we can grow.
Right.
So, and maybe in the future they'll add them, but right now they don't have them.
Yeah, I don't know much about that example, but I agree with that. Where
the point I'm saying is we have to be careful any kind of planning where there's something that we look at a few case studies and we paint it with a broad brush and say, always this is the right way to do it. But every single case study is it's its own snowflake, and you have to really look at it and say, San Francisco removing the Embarcadero was a slam dunk because there was no through traffic on it. It was so the traffic going out to the Golden Gate Bridge was so decentralized, or not even going all the way to the Embarcadero. It would turn off at Park Presidio that you didn't need the Embarcadero. It was a slam dunk. Tear it down. This one's not necessarily a slam dunk. There's a lot of complicated things on this thing.
So, and we're back to the original topic. I assume the 345 was the original topic.
I give you a minute, guys. I brought it up, and then we got to get moving.
So the feasibility study that you have a copy of here.
Yes.
This is where TxDOT tries to hide behind the big numbers. So in the feasibility, they compare, like, if you remove it versus if you trench it, what are the traffic impacts?
Right.
So they cite some big number. I think something like, it'll increase 90,000.
19 hours of additional congestion a day. On the horizon year, 19 hours versus. So the build-in ones are 2 to 4 hours of new congestion a day.
So the goat of urbanism here in Dallas, a guy named Patrick Kennedy, he looked at it and he did the math, and it's like, you realize that means it's a 5 minutes average per day?
Well, that wasn't what I got out of what maybe I read. Maybe I read the numbers wrong.
Check out D Magazine did a write-up on this. that when you actually look at the big number, and they refuse to put out any more specific. Like I've been to these hearings and I said, okay, let's say I lived in South Dallas and I wanted to go to Addison or to Plano. Okay, how might my trip change? They refuse to give very precise, like as you as an individual, how would your life change? They stay very strictly to big numbers. But when you actually divide, look at those big numbers and try to say, how does it impact an individual? It's 5 minutes a day.
I don't know that I'm thrilled with the idea of an enormous amount of through traffic, which will still come through here. A lot will divert and break the other freeways, but there's still a large number are going to come straight through 45 to 75, and now I'm on foot having to cross all that at red light. Right now, they're saying they're grade separated. That's great. It's a really ugly grade separation, a very yucky grade separation.
Well, this is another one too, and at some point I got permission from him to rehost this on our own blog, so this reminds me I need to do this, because he put out some great numbers, but you kind of have to be aware that this exists. So another part of the analysis that was done by what used to be something called a Coalition for New Dallas, they also looked at it and said, okay, 180,000, that's not evenly, that's total for the whole day, and that's not even for the entire day. Like, you're not seeing 180,000 cars every single hour of every single day.
No, and it's probably, it's all, traffic patterns are always kind of a bimodal peak. You have your morning and afternoon rush, maybe a little tiny thing at lunch.
Right.
And then there's a background traffic level that's kind of consistent for the day. I think, I haven't seen the traffic numbers on it, but I would suspect that this is not as spiky as you would anticipate, because 80% of the traffic is originating and arriving outside of the central core.
Right.
And it's a national route where there's a lot of through traffic, and so through traffic isn't going to show up necessarily in the peak hours. Now, it still peaks because you have people in downtown Dallas entering and exiting the freeway at the start of the workday and the end of the workday. But you are going to have, I think the background traffic is probably quite high on this. That's what I'm saying. This makes this kind of a unique case. If this were a viaduct that went down past good Latimer, as opposed to bad Latimer, and then kind of went like another block or two, and then just sort of like ended in downtown as a viaduct, tearing it down would be a slam dunk. Slam dunk. Because 100% of the traffic's ending up downtown.
Right. So, oh gosh, there's a lot of angles to come at this, but I'll just say, and maybe we can zoom this later, because this is an answer that I can't verbalize. It requires looking at a map. But basically, when they looked at, okay, let's look at the whole picture. Okay, so number one, your at worst case scenario is an average delay of 5 minutes. Then second is, okay, what happens to all that through traffic? Well, all of that through traffic, number one, it's still going to happen. Those trip cases are still going to happen.
Right.
Some percentage of it is going to go around. So use any, especially if their destination is
it might be as much as half of it divert all the way around. Because if I was on 45 and this was gone, I'd jump on 30, I go around to the spur and come back.
Right.
The problem is you break those.
Then there's the traffic evaporation. Then there's the traffic that dilutes.
Traffic evaporation, where does it go? Either the economic activity disappeared or it moved. But it doesn't evaporate. It evaporates because you have deduced demand the other way around, right? You can induce demand, but you can also have, and this was the case like in the Hollywood area, I wanted to go, it's going to date me, rent a DVD at Redbox, and I didn't do it because going 2 or 3 miles in a car, it was 20 minutes.
Okay.
So that was economic activity that was lost.
Actually,
because of the inability to be able
let's
to do
stay
it.
on that.
Yeah.
Let's stay on that point of the economic moves. So if you're going to work, you're clearly a qualified worker.
Right.
Or you're going shopping, or whatever it is, that economic activity that was happening on the north side of 345. If that stopped, logically, if it stopped going to the north, where would it go?
It would go onto a parallel arterial street.
It would stay in the south.
No, not necessarily, because many of these people are people who, they live down there because that's the only choice. That's where they were affording an apartment. And they're working over there because that's where their job was at. Right? And so what I'm saying is, you end up in a situation where I'm concerned you're imposing a cost on the new vulnerable. Vulnerable don't live here anymore. Vulnerable live out in the poorer parts of the suburbs. They live in spare bedrooms and things.
Oh, we still have
they work
plenty
minimum
of,
wage jobs.
There's still a sizable population in South Dallas.
Certainly, but what I'm saying, it's not like it was in 1968.
So there's basically two scenarios then. Either A, this 5-minute delay, they still get to work, maybe just 5 minutes a little slower by car. Or
I'm doubtful that if this all dumps through our arterial, here's what's going to happen. TxDOT's going to own the roads. They
still own the roads.
They're gonna the through route. They're gonna sink that with real long greens, and I think it would end up being worse than what you have now. Because they're going to try to that throughput. They're going to try to get the through traffic through.
Well, so here's another side of this. So let's say that you try to shove that. Let's say we go through the boulevard system. So it's not just like one boulevard.
They're building a nice grid.
It would matter be of connecting the grid.
Right.
And then in 2019 there was this report done called the Tool Framework that looked at what that grid would look like.
I think I have a picture of the
and so when you look at let's imagine that all this traffic for a few hours of the day.
There. So the freeway dumps into a whole bunch of purple streets there. So you have a nice grid.
This is still
is that the old one?
No, this is the new. Okay, so here's the thing. This is TxDOT's bad version of a removal plan. And the reason I say bad is because there was a better removal plan built in designed in 2016, and then improved upon in 2019.
Right.
That the most fundamental thing is this plan from 2021 that TxDOT put out doesn't dump or stop the highway until it reaches downtown.
Right.
So you see, this still has 45 hitting downtown.
You're talking about the original plan where they wanted to end it before Interstate 30?
45. So
40, I say 45 was going to end at Martin Luther King Boulevard south of 30, and they delete the interchange.
Yes.
That Federal Highway would never let you do it, because that interchange doesn't belong to this neighborhood. It belongs to the whole interstate network.
Well, it
belongs just as much to me and it belongs to the state, but a federal highway, because they give federal money for interstate commerce, federal aid. Anytime the state wants to do anything with something wearing the interstate shield, they're bringing Federal Highways, a major stakeholder, is coming in, and they can kind of veto some things and say, yeah, we don't like that.
Sure, okay.
But you're right, TxDOT owns the road.
The fact that they could say no.
No, they would. They're not going to allow you to disconnect 30 from 45. Now you might be able to tee it where it ends at 30 and then nothing keeps going. They probably let you do that.
I went to a freeway fighting summit back in 2023, and I asked Mayor Mike McGinnis, the mayor at the time who saw the
for Dallas.
No, Mayor Mike McGinnis, a Seattle mayor.
Oh, Seattle. Okay.
So there was a freeway summit back in, I forget which city, so I asked him about this point, and he said that's a political point about like whether or not the federal government, because sure, maybe, again, not trying to get in a political argument, but it's going to come down to the favorability of the administration.
I'm saying is what you're going to have Louisiana going to Federal Highway saying we don't like this. You have New Mexico coming to it. You're going to have Kansas coming to it. You're going to have Oklahoma coming to it because that connection is important to everything.
Yeah. Okay. First of all,
so getting rid of that connection, I think that's a wonderful dream. But if we want to live in the world of what's possible, that was never going to happen.
So when you say like, oh, that's an important connection, first of all, that they're saying that's an important connection, not for the people coming in and out of the city, but the people moving through the city.
Right. That was unless you want to build a new interstate highway way out there and just divert everybody around.
First of all,
which you could do.
635 already exists, and then second of all. I highly doubt any of these other states are going to lay down the hammer.
Oh, they do.
Because of a 5-minute delay.
No, well, okay, I'm saying deleting that connection.
A 5-minute delay.
They're going to get mad at that.
A 5-minute delay.
You taking off?
No, I was saying you're talking about this.
This section here, yeah.
Yeah.
How many times I've driven over this? 45 to 75.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. That's what makes this such a fun case to talk about, is because there are lots of bad freeways all over the country where it's a slam dunk. I'm Mr. Carr, and even I look at it and go, tear it down. The remnant of Interstate 70 in Baltimore that was supposed to connect to Interstate 70, and it never will connect because they built a big park in between, and you're not going to put the freeway through a park, but they had tore out a whole city block for like several miles and put the freeway through. Tear it out. It's not doing anybody any good. Doesn't connect to anything. Tear it out. Well, slam dunk, no problem. This is a little more complicated because this is regionally significant for multiple states. And what I'm saying is maybe you could get away with getting rid of this section here and having everybody route all the way around, maybe. You delineate, you take the spur freeway, you now call it 345 or whatever, or 335 or whatever you want to call it. And so you keep the interstate system together, maybe that would work. But deleting the connection of 45 to 30 would never happen. Well, that's dead on arrival.
All right, so let's think about this. So let's say we continue to move forward. Let's say the city and Texas.
I'll give you the last word, and then we gotta get to the next thing.
How long do you think it would take between the moment that you break ground and you close the highway for construction and when it reopens?
Oh, to do a project like this?
Yeah.
You're talking removal and everything?
And not only removal, but then trenching after it's moved. Which, by the way,
is it funded?
No, actually, it's not.
Oh, no, I'm saying you're asking me a question. How many years?
Like assuming
I'm saying in your question, is this a funded project?
Yes, assuming it's a funded project and they're ready to get they from ground break.
10 years.
So in 10 years, during that time, do you have a freeway?
Yes, you do, because they're going to do open heart surgery.
And will that freeway still provide the same level of service and connectivity that you're banking on?
It'll probably give you the 3/4 to at best, maybe 2/3.
I don't know.
Yeah, they do some pretty amazing throughput with
so first of all,
staging.
if you want to see what's the economic impact and negative impact, look at the I-366 in North Arlington. How that's taken over 10 years. Yeah. So north of between Dallas and Fort Worth, there's I-30.
Right.
That interchange right where the Six Flags is, that's been over a decade now.
Is that with the toll road?
No, it's not a toll road.
Okay.
It used to be a toll road. But, and then there's so many news articles and stories, like year after year, of businesses that are like, this is killing us. And ask anyone, do you think traffic has been flowing well while it's under construction? And I say no. Like, no one looks forward to driving on I-30, even if their life depends on it. And so you could see what it's like during what it'll be like for those 10 years.
Right.
But instead of being in a suburb between two major cities, it's going to be in the middle of a major city.
Right.
And so you're going to have 10 years of that, combined with the fact that on average, just on a normal life cycle, people change jobs, or jobs change locations every 5 years on average. People move every 8 years on average. So those 180,000 car trips, which are actually 90,000 users because you divide it by people going and people returning, those 90,000 people are going to reorient their entire life to adapt to those 10 years that you don't have a freeway at the same level that it is now.
Okay.
So at the end of that 10-year period, now you're reopening a highway that is no longer as relevant as it was when you started the project. Are we still making the argument of whether it's necessary at that point? Are we making the same argument then as we're making now?
I promised you the last word on that. So, okay, move on to the next thing here. Okay, Bennett with a super chat again. So Bennett's back. Says, hi again, Rob. Well, hello again, Bennett. Thanks again for the super chat, for saying hi. Chris asks with a super chat, have you been to Austin on this trip? No, in fact, I've never been to Austin at all. I need to, because there's another enormous highway project there, which I'm sure would be another topic that we could go into at length.
I've been interviewed about this, actually.
Have you?
There's a their local radio.
KCRA or whatever, the NPR affiliate.
Yeah. Joshua Fechter interviewed me about, so that I'm making that point. So if you want to know what my thoughts are on it, you can just check out that.
Well, I suspect that you probably don't like the design as planned at the moment.
Yeah, my hot take, my short hot take, I promise, because I know I've talked a lot about this. Putting lids on highways to justify the highway itself is a lot like putting lipstick on a pig. Also, hardcore.
I don't know, it's a pretty nice lipstick.
That's the thing. Like, ask me what I feel about parks. I love parks.
Yeah.
Ask me about putting parks on highways. I'm still going to like the park, and it's better than nothing. But it's still the fact that it's still a highway underneath that has all of these negative externalities associated with it. So I think that's just basically what I told Joshua Fector on when he asked me about Clyde Warren Park, because he came up here specifically to ask about this park in relation to what they're doing in Austin.
And about how far down is that park under this bridge?
Well, it'll be about a 20-minute walk from here.
Okay.
So what I told him then is basically that I love Clyde Warren Park. It's got great amenities. It's very nice. I have a lot of memories there. So the park itself is good, but it's this good thing that's covering up a really bad thing that's displaced tens of thousands of people.
So if we're talking Austin, who here's been to Austin? Everybody. So what would be
Texas, yeah.
the thing to eat in Austin?
Oh.
Just the general barbecue? But is there a specific place? Like somebody's watching this and they're visiting Austin tonight, where would they go? What would they type in their GPS or in their Google search?
I have a very urbanist answer to this.
Go for it.
My urbanist answer is support whatever local business is near or walkable to the place that you chose to stay at. There's people who make, there's businesses, small businesses who make a gamble on where they choose to place their location. And like I said, businesses change locations every 5 years.
Right.
So if you're staying at a hotel at the outskirts, or you're staying downtown or somewhere at the main, support those local businesses.
So the Jack in the Box franchise in the hotel parking lot.
Well, that's the other side of it too. It's like when you're choosing where to stay, factor that in. Which businesses would I like to support with my presence by booking a hotel there?
So yeah, the answer, Chris, is I haven't been to Austin yet, and certainly on this trip, but I'm hoping next year to maybe pick up some Texas stories, actually do like an actual Texas trip. Because like I said, each story is probably about 9 days, and that can start adding up. And already with South Carolina, Tennessee, Atlanta, Oklahoma, and everything, it's been a very long time away from home. So
because also there's a side of it.
Texas is a spur of the moment thing to just have some fun.
If you go somewhere that everybody says you have to go, that means you're going to a tourist trap by definition.
Well, there's nothing wrong with a tourist trap.
There's nothing wrong with it.
You just don't want to go to a tourist trap every single time.
Right, and then you also have to factor in there's probably long lines.
Everybody's got to go to Disneyland once.
Yeah, just once.
Okay, Chris writes in with another super chat. Bananas build absolutely nothing near anyone. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. I'm going to save that. California's bananas build absolutely nothing near anyone.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
My city I live in killed a Target. It was long before I lived there. They wanted to build a Target. It was Greenfield developments right by the off-ramp. Makes sense. My alternative is to drive on the freeway 5 or 6 exits to the Target.
Have you been to a Buc-ee's yet?
Yes, I have. They're insanely amazing.
As a car-free person who's so anti-car, I love Buc-ee's.
That's nothing wrong with Buc-ee's.
Yeah. A Buc-ee's is great. But there was.
I needed to get dinner. Hey, we got something going down the sidewalk here. What is this guy?
There's a robot.
Yeah,
there's another dinner option.
What stops people from just being a pirate and just hijacking these things?
This is also another case for walkable cities. The more walkable your city, the more robot delivery friendly your city is. I get a little worried.
That looks like something that somebody's going to just. Teenagers as a prank are going to just.
Sometimes I worry watching.
And knock over.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen any hoodlums busting up any robots, but I do get anxious. I do get anxious every time I see one of them crossing one of these 6-7 lane roads.
What stops somebody from just like the pickup truck just snatching it and cracking it open?
I don't know.
Yeah.
They're a private enterprise, so I don't lose any sleep over it. But they look cute, so I have a tendency to, anthropomorphize them.
Chris, well, they give them eyes. They were the LEDs were blinking.
We didn't mention Buc-ee's, and also was it a super chat that said build nothing near?
Bananas build absolutely nothing near. Build absolutely nothing near anyone.
I could not believe when I heard this story that up in Denton, there was a neighborhood.
So that's a suburb just north of here?
Well, they would be offended if I called them a suburb, but a smaller town, a smaller city.
A mini metropolitan area attached to the Metroplex. All right.
but a neighborhood, so a suburban neighborhood of that city, were against opening up Buc-ee's on the freeway off of them. But they built the Buc-ee's.
But that's the perfect place to have it, is right by the freeway.
They still built the Buc-ee's. Okay. But it just goes to show that nothing's sacred.
Well, like nothing at Buc-ee's was like, wow, this is an amazing deal. But being from somewhere, I mean, they weren't a rip-off, but it was, it wasn't like In-N-Out Burger, like, how was my meal so cheap?
I feel like the flavor is, you get more flavor per dollar.
It was, I drove from Tulsa, I had to be in Tennessee, and I had one day to drive to Johnson City, Tennessee for filming the next story. So it's 900 and something miles. So I'm starving. I didn't realize the time zone changed. I'm in East Coast time, and the only thing open is Buc-ee's. And you can get a fresh, delicious barbecue sandwich for $13.99. It wasn't exactly cheap, but I didn't mind because it was really good and it was available at 11 o'clock at night. Apparently they're making sandwiches all night long at Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's, if you're listening, please open an urban location. Like, I think you build the first one in Dallas.
That's their business model.
I know, but it doesn't even have to be 24/7.
You just have to drive.
I just want one.
You just have to drive a car.
I want the food. I want the merch. I want the experience of a clean bathroom. Like, even if you're not open 24/7, even if you're not selling gas, like, or maybe you are. I don't know. You don't even have to be downtown. You could just be near a bus stop or a train stop or whatever.
Right. Oh yeah, please go ahead.
At least build one at least 20 to 30 miles from here. 50 miles is a long shot for going to a Buc-ee's.
I get a kick out of these billboards as I've been driving the trip. Buc-ee's, or it says, I get excited. It's a billboard for Buc-ee's. I go, oh, cool. Where is it? And 176 miles. Like, they do it to be funny.
Well, I'll say, she'll kill me if I say who it is, but I know a girl who did not have a car, and she was living in just about a mile up north of here, so in the city. And she took the bus downtown, then the train as far north as she could take her to North Carrollton. Now, it transferred to the A train to Denton. So this is already a 2-hour journey. Right. Then take a bus to the closest cross street, then bicycled to the Buc-ee's in Denton.
Well, that's an impressive commitment to Buc-ee's. I think I'm a believer that everybody should have a car. They just use it responsibly.
A car specifically just to go to Buc-ee's.
I went 28,000 miles last year. Anyway, but it was for a good cause. All right, Matt Brannigan, the super chat. Matt, thank you. Matt writes, the I-70 Cap Park in Denver is a great idea. Seems pretty popular, and I hope this idea is used more often to restore divided neighborhoods. There was a lot of coordination on the I-70 project because they were going to end up with, I-70 wasn't going to go anywhere. And so being able to work with CDOT, it's a pretty significant cap. I think it's long, it's like one block's just like a whole soccer field. And then I think there's another block and stuff. They tied it in with the elementary school. I think it's a good project. I'd be excited to go talk to CDOT about it and find out more. But I know that was one where they started at the neighborhood level. They did a lot of the early meetings in Spanish because they realized those are the people who are living in that neighborhood. And I think, like I say, I could imagine somebody urbanist focused is going to advocate for just removal, but it's Interstate 70, you can't. They say, well, we'll run it all the way up I-76 and then all the way back down a different freeway, but that wasn't going to happen. It's again, I-70 doesn't belong to Denver. I-70 belongs to everything from Maryland to, we got an e-bike going down the street and they got a box on it.
Yeah, looks like it. Oh, that is might be a folding one.
Oh, it folds up?
There's a growing number of folding e-bikes.
Okay.
And that don't look like folding e-bikes from a distance, but I've started to recognize them.
Right.
Sorry, but you were saying about this I-70.
Yeah, I think the big thing in transportation is I talk to people who are very much on the car side, and people are very much against the car, and looking at, like I say, the other aspects of related to transportation. And we live in a democracy, and the thing with democracies is that you end up with consensus stuff. And the problem with consensus stuff is that nobody walks away really all that happy with it and always feels disappointed. Sometimes it can feed an ability to say, well, next time I'm going to put up a big fight and we're going to win. But the thing is, like, that's not sustainable, because then the other side eventually gets their act together and they put up an even bigger fight, right? And so it's good in the consensus building to get in and fight like hell for your position, but deep down know where, okay, look, this is what we want, this is what we hope to get, and this is what we're fighting for, and we're threatened to sue and everything. But the truth is, if it can land here, let's call that a win. We don't have to tell them that. Definitely don't tell them that, because then they know. It's like negotiating for a salary for a job. I want this high rate, but if we can land here, I'll still feel like it was a win. And the other side's the same way. There are plenty of people who would be very happy leaving this viaduct alone. They see no problem with it. It's a waste of taxpayer dollars to change it. If anything, we should make it bigger, right? Here's the win that you already have. Well, TxDOT wants this right of way to shrink. TxDOT's talking about taking the frontage roads off of it, or a lot of the frontage roads off of it. That's what you already have. You're already trending in the right direction for what you want. You just, but it's not going to go all the way to where it would be best for this neighborhood.
Yeah, it's so part of so first of all, you're right in that, like, we'll take whatever win we can get. And so there's some people in my cohort who alongside me.
But you don't have to tell your opponents that.
Well, so they've already started telling their opponents that. But one of the things I'll mention is that part of the difference is that if you go one, like, it's much like, so you're right. So nobody's going to come away completely happy. So you're really choosing who gets to be happier than the other. But another side of this too is, like, between remove and rebuild. If we rebuild this, we're going to have this exact same conversation, and we're going to be dealing. And just as, like, we were saying today, everyone in council is saying we made a mistake 50 years ago. In 50 years, we're going to be singing the exact same tune. It's just going to be this endless cycle of every 50 years, we're going to say the people 50 years ago made a mistake, but we're going to do the right thing this time by redoing what they did last time. So, because again, like, it's not a political point to say that these highways have a 50-year lifespan. And every 50 years, you're going to have this multi-billion dollar, and it'll just get exponentially more and more each time you do this battle.
But the Keynesian effect these highways have, I don't even know what the number is, but for every dollar you put in, you get way more money back out the other end. That's why we keep doing it.
Yeah, but it's a siphon. It's like it does create a dollar, but it's not a dollar here. It's a dollar further and further north.
I know, but when you're when you're planning something on a state level, on a national level, you keep doing it.
Okay.
I have never seen a Republican or a Democrat turn down a highway dollar. Ever.
Yeah.
And you never will.
Well, here's the thing. If you got someone...
I've never seen a Republican or Democrat turn down a transit dollar.
If you're looking at someone and say, hey, if they're starving, let's say you had a starving person in front of you and said, you know what, I have a way to solve this. I'm going to give this $2 billion hamburger to someone else. It's like 2 other people somewhere else. It's like, hey, but I'm in front of you. I'm starving in front of you. Yeah, but 2 other people are going to be fed. It's like, or you could just give it to me now. You're not, and then it's like, well, if I give this hamburger to someone else, that doesn't, it's not like teach a man to fish or something where they're going to give 2 more people hamburgers because I gave them hamburgers. Every time we talk about a dollar being created, yeah, you are creating dollars, but there's not dollars for the people who are starving.
So you create $1 in this neighborhood, but it costs the suburb $6. I mean, I'm being hyperbolic, obviously, I don't know. But what I'm trying to say is it gets complicated because you disconnect this, it does cause impact in other adjacent cities, and they're going to go to Austin and fight. They're not going to want that. So a lot of it is saying, well, what can I give them a certain amount so that I can get a certain amount, and then we kind of all walk away feeling like, well, this is better because now this big ugly thing is gone. It's down below. They still can go through. We can eventually, Dallas can cap it. And to me, I don't know. To me, that sounds like a pretty darn good consensus.
Well, when it comes to consensus, I've been to all these 345 hearings. The vast super majority, like we'll have like 60, 70 people come out and speak at these 345 hearings, and the number of people speaking against the highway is going to be like 65 of them.
Yeah, because these guys are going these guys are going 75 miles an hour and they're not going to the meeting. So that's what I'm saying is like if you actually follow the money,
so you're saying,
in Austin, these people have a very loud voice in Austin.
No.
They don't have a loud
you're not
voice
hearing what I'm saying. I said if 70 people show up to the 345 hearing, 65 of them will be for removing it. Only like 5 people will show up and say they want to keep it.
Right, because these voices aren't going to the meeting.
Yeah.
They don't live in Dallas. They don't care about the meeting. They don't care about this viaduct. All they care about is they had an origin and a destination, and this was the thing they used to get there.
Yeah.
They wouldn't care less about any other highway project along this route, as long as they get to where they're going to go.
So between those voices, the people who have nothing to gain, who have everything to gain, versus the voices that also have something to gain if they win, but also have everything to lose if they don't get their way.
They're not. How are they gonna? In my opinion, they're not gonna lose anything from a highway. I don't believe in that. Like this is the specific
you can. So there are externalities. So one, like I say, this thing creates a psychological thing that's very real. We're psychological creatures.
Yeah.
Where this feels scary. Thank heavens they light it. This thing would feel sketchy as crap without lighting. If this thing requires maintenance, it has a lot of noise. There's a lot of traffic coming on and off of it. There are costs that this neighborhood pays. There are also costs other neighborhoods next to freeways pay too that aren't necessarily unique to here.
There's a safety. There's a public. I think there's a study that came out. It said living near a highway, especially a busy highway, reduces the average IQ by 13 points.
Well, maybe smart people just live farther away. No, just kidding.
Yeah, smart people don't choose to live near freeways. And if you are forced to live near a freeway, because some people who don't live near the freeway said they demanded that it be there, you are actively making the population dumber.
Yeah, well, like I say,
but I don't think this is the deciding factor between someone being poor and not. I think some people, they might have to make that decision.
This isn't a poor neighborhood anymore. I mean, I don't think I could afford to live in this neighborhood.
You know what I mean? I'd much rather keep this and like what the plan says, have it underground. Then I don't like this either. Because I don't like this in LA either. I hate this.
Right. I honestly, when I first heard about this 10 years ago, I already wrote the story in my head of what was going to happen. Advocates were going to come out, they were going to ask for removal, and TxDOT was going to come back with a plan to rebuild it as is with a new viaduct.
Yeah.
End of the story.
Yeah.
Right? So the fact that this much progress has happened, that they're talking about reducing the right-of-way, taking underground, putting a plan in place so Dallas can happen. Yeah. Like, oh my gosh, this is the most progressive thing I've ever heard TxDOT do. That's fantastic. Yeah. Because if they're willing to do that now here, what are they going to?
Oh, there you go.
Half of them don't even have license plates.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you, motorcycle gang, for further.
Oh, look, there's the cops.
And when it's in California, when this happens in California, they go, see, SFPD did nothing. Here's Dallas PD doing nothing. So it's not just California.
Yeah.
Well, they have their lights on though, so I don't know.
Something you want less of.
That's probably the surprise.
All right. Anyway, we're let's get back to the next superjet here, because this is a fun discussion, but we got to keep moving here. So anyway, takeaway, Matt, I would say that the I-70 cap part, similarly to this, I-70 wasn't going away, and they were able to get CDOT to do something really remarkable for CDOT. And I think it's a neat project. I wish I'd had a chance to cover it, but it hadn't worked out yet. But in the future, maybe next year, I'll go to Denver.
With me, I'm not the kind of person where I'm like, oh, all highways are bad. And no, I'd much rather have the highway, but also I don't want to make it worse, like transportation-wise, on top of it, because the issue, this limits transportation just by having this here. Because all these poles, all this stuff holding up the bridge prevents anything from happening on top of it.
Right. If you later wanted to put in a trail for the e-bikes and scooters and stuff, you have your column
Yeah.
right in the way.
And you can't just knock
Right.
down this column.
But if you're the freeways down below, you can always build another bridge over the freeway.
Exactly.
You know, and make the bridge wider. Although I would just plan that now as part of the.
Exactly. So
Bennett,
you know, and not to mention, like if you go down you go down a little bit and you see, you know, the dart going under the highway, like they had to go under the highway.
Right.
Just imagine what they could have.
Actually,
Just imagine they could have built a bridge over it instead, and or go under or something and sit. But you can't.
Or try to keep the dart at ground level where people can interact with it.
Yeah.
so on the dart.
You go ahead and give them the mic.
Whenever they have to do maintenance on this bridge, they have to close the green line for the day. Why do I mention that? Because imagine that happening for 12 years.
Well, they'll figure something out because they.
See, that's the thing. You're just glossing over 12 years of not having your.
I haven't done a video on it yet, but construction staging is more amazing than open heart surgery. The things I've seen done on freeway projects where they were able to keep all lanes open. Now, those lanes were only 11 feet wide and there were no shoulders, and it felt really sketchy driving on it. But they've done some pretty amazing things. They'll find a way to move all the traffic onto one of these bridges, shove them through there while they knock everything down, build half the freeway, shove everybody on the half-finished part of the freeway, knock this down, and then finish the whole thing. That's what they did I-70 in Denver.
Yeah, well,
what you're talking about.
And they like to point to the 635 project, the giant, project up north of here. They say we were able to do 100% through traffic during construction.
Right.
But they also widened the right-of-way by like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
Here, they're trying to reduce it.
Yeah,
or at a minimum, keep it the same.
You'll be pretty impressed. Like I say, construction staging it's magic voodoo. I don't know how they do it. But
that's the thing. Sometimes you could point to examples where they successfully did it, like 635, but then you could also point to examples that exist today, like the I-30 project that's still under construction today.
Right.
Like they didn't pull that magic.
Our
voodoo
motorcycle
is not,
gang is now blocked down that way.
Yeah,
that's fine. You don't need to show.
Our magic voodoo is not 100% guarantee, especially when you're trying to reduce the right of way, not increase it.
Bennett writes again. Thanks again, Bennett. I'm going to eat very well along with other super chats.
Yeah, you're going to go to barbecue somewhere here because of Bennett.
Tomorrow, yeah. Says, I've found that honey is sweeter than vinegar when it comes to getting results from local government. And I think that's just true. That's just human nature, right? If you come at anybody, an employee, and saying, listen, see, at this company, we expect results at 110%, and you're not cutting it. That's a great way to chase that employee out of the company. They're just going to leave, right? If you come at them and you say, I'm really impressed with your talents and what you're able to do. I'm concerned that they're not, that I haven't properly given you the tools that you need to be able to meet the objectives that we want. And a lot of that's on me. Let's sit down and talk about it or whatever. Like, there's a lot of, you can, there's soft skills are so important. And I imagine in your advocacy too, having to use soft skills to warm people up to ideas that they, I think even tonight, sharing your opinions, you probably have to be diplomatic in how you phrase it because you're dealing with me.
Yeah. Well, it was funny. I was watching your tollway video just this afternoon.
Oh, cool.
I mean, something I like to remind people is that it wasn't that long ago when the supermajority of the council was on board with removing it. This feasibility study, which has a ton of flaws with it, that flipped the support 180 because it had scary numbers in it. So, yeah, you're right. You do have to have some sugar to make the medicine go down, as Mary Poppins says.
Right.
And it's certainly possible because we were there. We were almost there. But then...
Well, it did, but this highway doesn't belong to Dallas. You get Dallas somewhere, you get unanimous support from the city council.
Right, so...
What you got to do is get Austin on board. You got to get Federal Highway on board. You got to get governors in adjacent states on board and trying to get that consensus together. It could be done, but it's a very steep hill to climb.
So someone who's more familiar with the bureaucracy side of this would have to chime in. I bet I could find someone from Connect South Dallas, another advocacy group, to help me out here. But the short story is that there's something unique about TxDOT Dallas. So TxDOT is divided into service districts.
Right.
And the requirements for TxDOT Dallas to proceed with a project requires local approval. So they cannot move forward on the project, unlike Austin and Houston, where those service districts don't require local approval, so they can just kind of railroad their way through, no pun intended. But in Dallas, they could not proceed if they didn't get the city's approval.
So if I go to the next suburb down,
It might not be the same.
And I say, I'm TxDOT, and I say, okay, we're still in, is Dallas, are there other cities in Dallas County?
Yes.
Okay, so I go to one of the other suburbs, right? And I say, you have this freeway interchange, and we're gonna reconfigure it and change it, and the city council come back and goes, no, we like it the way it is, then TxDOT's hands are tied in this service district until they have local approval.
Yes.
Okay. So it sounds like, but status quo doesn't require approval.
Correct.
So that would be what would happen.
it's
you know,
it's
a stalemate where just nothing would happen for years.
It becomes a standoff.
Yeah. So in that regard, Bennett, you make a good point that in his case, he and his friends advocate, in the bicycle community, advocate for bicycle infrastructure in the city and in the county. Mm-hmm. And so being able to come at it with honey makes your stakeholders you're working with, your public officials, your administrators and things, feel like they're on the same team as you, because human relationships, there's adversarial and then there's collaborative. And so a boss can feel both ways at work, right? Like you have a boss you really like and you're working side by side, then it just kind of feels like if the boss gives you correction, it almost feels like, oh, the boss is just giving you sweet tips on how to do the job better, you know what I mean? And you don't even feel like you were corrected by your boss, because your boss is just telling you like, oh, if you grab the hammer at the bottom instead of the middle, you'll hit the nail better, which is something I learned once in one of my jobs, right? My boss could have come and said, no, you idiot, don't grab the hammer in the middle, grab it at the bottom, right? And then there are bosses who come at you and say, you know, basically you suck, and then it becomes adversarial. The person at the checkout counter getting mad at the store clerk, that can become an adversarial relationship, but it doesn't have to be. Right. You know, and so it's the same thing here. You could say, well, you fat cats down in Austin just hate bicycles, so you probably won't even listen to what I have to say, is not a good opening line.
Oh, who would be saying that? TxDOT?
No, well, nobody. I'm just making up a fictional example. But if I come at it and say, oh my gosh, I saw your study, I saw what you guys have worked on the last 15 years, and oh my gosh, you're shrinking the right-of-way? That is so progressive of TxDOT. I'm amazed. One little thing I'm concerned about, though, you're already coming at it, right, where you're leaning into the strength of the situation, then it's less adversarial than saying, you idiots with your flawed study and everything is just terrible, and they won't even listen to you at that point. They'll be like, oh, you got to go deal with the angry public, you know. I don't know. Tell me your thoughts, because you've actually done it. It's just my impression. Yeah,
so an angle that we're looking at, or that I've been looking at, but I know I'm not alone in this, is we know that incapacitating the freeway to some capacity, and we could debate, you know, hypothetically whether how big or small that lowering of capacity would be, but we know that at a minimum, there's got to be some amount of capacity that's reduced in order to start building this highway. In other words, at a minimum, this structure has to come down. So part of what we're wanting to, what a lot of us want to see happen is, you know what, TxDOT, move forward. Go ahead and move forward on taking down this existing structure, and you can still have your plan of trenching it after you remove it, but maybe just pause. Like after you remove the structure, just pause for a little bit for us to see what the actual impacts are like. Because if you've managed to remove it without causing debilitating impacts, then maybe at that point we can revisit the question, and maybe we could consider just keeping it that way at that middle point when you've removed the highway without rebuilding it.
It's an interesting approach to take, because that
it allows them to move forward, and allows us to have more empirical data comparing what the actual impacts are going to be.
I think the hurdle you run into is construction staging. You don't take it all down. You take half of it down. Okay. You move everybody to half of it, so you still have a freeway going through here while you're building the other half. And so by taking it all down, if you go, oh my gosh, we do have, like, maybe it turns out you're wrong and we do have debilitating impacts. Now we're in trouble because we don't even have that half freeway anymore.
Right. Oh, okay. So let's put some honey. I'm going to lather some honey and say that's a really good idea. That you just take down half of it and then it becomes from an 8-lane to a 4-lane or whatever it is. Well, okay. Let's pause there and maybe let's have some, instead of one break point, let's have multiple break points in the plan. So you're still moving forward, but we have break points to say, you know what, I think we're good here, or at least we've got, now that you've done like half of the highway removed instead of the full thing, let's reevaluate after half is removed. Then let's reevaluate after all of it's removed. And then, just kind of phase it out so we can reevaluate whether or not to continue at each stage.
But then arguably, because of the amount of time it would take, usually in between things, you know how it works. Usually they demolish one part, it takes years because they're already making the tunnel. But theoretically, you wouldn't need the pause because you can discontinue construction, and then you would see the difference between the impacts between those years of when one side was already taken down. Because then you would already know, because all the cars would be going on 35. Right, and you would know based on the flow of 35, based on the streets down here, you would already know that.
Well, yeah, actually, you're right. You're right.
So you wouldn't really need the deposit at that point.
Well, it's not about needing deposit, because the difference is if you because the point of no return is once they start trenching, right? Once you start building a giant hole in the earth, then you have to finish that particular project. And so before you go past the physical point of no return, pause before that point of no return so you can reevaluate that.
But I would say probably Rob would probably agree. The issue on that would be funding, because the issue is
there's no funding for the project itself already.
But what I'm saying is when you allocate funding, the issue is, are you allocating for that or are you allocating for this? And the issue would be, okay, because the issue is sometimes you allocate funds for something, and if you don't do that, then the money just gets spent.
I think what happens is through set of circumstances, somehow you convince all the right politicians to go for this. And fair or not, a whole bunch of constituents are going to now be squashed together. All they're going to see, not understanding the nuances of urban planning, not understanding any of the traffic studies, not understanding any of this. All they're going to see is, well, I was stuck in traffic in this thing, and they tore down half of a perfectly good bridge for no reason. And now I'm really stuck in traffic in this skinny thing. And so I was asking, well, when's this project going to be done? Because I figured they were widening it. And they said, oh, no, they're going to leave it half for a while. And so then I got mad, and I made sure to elect out all my state reps who agreed to this thing, and I'm going to make sure I elect somebody. And that's a real thing that happened because city of Orem, Utah had a wonderful high-density, multimodal state street plan. They were going to protect the neighborhoods, they were going to do all the density along a main street. And they made great progress for about 5 to 10 years. And guess what's happened over the last 5 years? The whole council and mayor got blown out. They killed the plan. Its density's dead for now. So that's what I'm saying is, it's not just getting even the politicians warmed up to it, because you have an interesting case. That's an interesting idea of like, let's reduce capacity for a while, run it and reduce capacity, collect some data for 2 or 3 years and see what we get out of it. The scientist, engineer part of me says, cool, let's do it. But what do you do with all the constituents who don't understand it? They're never going to understand it.
This is a very easy answer. First of all, if you give that example where like, oh, they started this densification project and then it was going well for 10 years, but then 10 years later, were they voted out or were they just terminated?
They were all voted out.
So
no, this was a concentrated effort.
Okay,
where the neighborhoods, not understanding it, decided that they didn't like it. It was changing the community too fast, and they purposely elected candidates who would kill the State Street Plan, which they did. It is dead.
Well, so was the State Street Plan something that was finished already?
No, it was the in the general plan document. What is our land use plan going forward?
Oh, so they didn't.
And so there were two approaches they could do because it was a growing area. They said, well, we could allow lot splits, but that'll significantly change the neighborhoods. Or along this they have this big street down the middle with strip zoning, where strip zoning is where you have commercial building. It's not just on the corners of big streets. It's the whole like 2, 3, 4 miles. Like if you know LA, Sepulveda Boulevard, right? We're just business. It just goes on and on. So right down the middle of the suburb, it's strip zoning the whole way through. About 100,000 people. So the idea was, let's replace the strip zoning with 5 over condo developments and make all of our density along there, because later we can run transit down that street. We can actually just kind of like have a plan rather than sticking in the suburbs. And the problem is, this made sense to the council members at the time because they didn't think the constituents cared that much. It made sense to the mayor at the time because he didn't think the constituents cared that much. It made sense to the urban planning team because they're professionals, they're not elected. It all made sense. But then when the development started to happen, neighbors didn't like it. So they started talking to each other. A guy runs for mayor saying, I'm going to kill the State Street plan. Well, what's the State Street plan? Explained it in his terms that were not favorable. And suddenly now, that was the issue of the election. The existing incumbents versus the new guy who was going to kill the State Street plan. And guess what? The candidates who were going to kill the State Street plan, they won, turned over the council, and the State Street plan is dead. And it's too bad because it was a good plan. But the council didn't do a good enough job selling it to the public in the first place. That just kind of happened quietly in the background. And that's why I appreciate they're going slow, they're talking to a lot of people, and they're putting something together. You start tearing this apart, and constituents ask, what are they doing? Oh, they're going to put it down below the ground so it'll make Dallas nicer. Oh, okay. People can understand that. They're not going to mind. Do you say, what are they going to do? They're going to tear it out, and then there just won't be a freeway anymore. What? I better get on the phone and call my rep, you know. And so that's the problem.
Well,
like,
see,
I just don't think you can make it happen.
There is first of all, this is a political point, not a...
Transportation is political.
Well, no, I agree.
Yeah.
But I'm saying it's a political point, so it's just as easy to say that will happen versus just as easy to say it won't happen. Because I don't know about...
This is Texas, dude.
Well,
this would happen in California.
Here's what happens in Texas.
In the Bay Area.
Here's what happens in Texas.
Yeah.
So I don't know anything about, where was this? What city was it?
So this was in Utah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, this was not California then?
No. The State Street plan was in Utah.
Okay.
Utah has actually been really good about trying to embrace a lot of infill and density.
Right. I don't know anything about that particular project, so I'm not going
I
to
understand.
defend that. But I will say what I do know is that if you're talking about 10-year timescale, by the time 10 years rolls around, the entire council is going to be
elected with people who are going to promise to put the freeway back. That's the problem. Because you have a whole bunch of people. Maybe not Dallas, because Dallas benefits from it, but you guarantee state reps in Austin.
Okay, that's a political point, because there are people on council today, like Councilman Chad West,
right?
Who is for Councilman Chad West is for removing it.
Great.
Some would call him NIMBY. I'd say he's NIMBY on land use, but he's YIMBY on transportation. So Councilman Paul Ridley has said that this highway is outdated and it should no longer exist. And so there are people today who, some of their constituents are also very, very NIMBY in many regards, especially when it comes to housing, but therefore removing the highway. So we have council persons today who are for it, for removing it. And the second thing is, if they're looking at their prospects of getting reelected, again, by the time 10 years rolls around, they'll be termed out, so it's not really a factor to begin with when you're looking at that length of time. Right. And then third, people are already complaining about traffic today. You go on the Dallas subreddit, or you just listen in on people's random conversations while you're out to dinner here. Like, people are already always complaining about traffic, and they're already always complaining about it getting worse every day. And so if you're talking about a situation where you go from, what if we tell them that this will make it worse? Well, it's already getting worse. So what's the difference? At least in this case,
the difference is. Oh, I'll let you finish your point. Sorry.
At least in this case, and then you made this point about, we're going to remove it and it's going to be nothing. That's the difference. Is that when we remove it, sure, maybe traffic may or may not get worse. I actually think it'll actually get better because of reduced induced demand. Reverse induced demand, but also you have
economic activity.
You have a $4 billion economic activity that replaces the footprint of the highway.
Texas Instruments going to move to the other side of town?
Possibly.
Okay, but then all the people who live over there now have to drive
Wait,
through.
when
here
you
to
say
go-
Texas Instruments,
Yeah, they're up in
Richardson.
Denton, or not Denton, Richardson. Yeah, Plano.
Yeah, the
Plano
city line.
up that way. Yeah.
So
Yeah, right.
you-
So the point I'm trying to say is,
This-
okay, you have employees who work in that big tech center up there, all those jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them live there, some of them live there.
Yep.
Okay, so you move them over. You move the tech center over there. Now the people over there are going to commute through here anyway.
Or they move.
Okay.
Just like
Where-
everybody
what
does
are the
every 8
houses?
years, or that's what
They're
gets
in a
built.
three- they're in a 3.5%
That's what gets
more.
built in that 1.4 miles of surplus.
What I
road.
see is that you got to be careful. From 1968 until now, nobody gave a crap about this neighborhood. That's why they built the freeway in the first place. Hear me out.
A lot of people gave it crap. They were just not the one who won out at the end of the day.
It was an underprivileged neighborhood, and we didn't care about it because they didn't have means. So we ran a freeway through here, and that was terrible. But we did it to serve ourselves, those of means. Now this is a neighborhood more of means. Now they have the means to fight back. But there's a lot of people on crappy cars on this freeway. A lot of them are underprivileged. So we're just doing the same thing now in reverse if we're not careful. We're not weighing into that count.
Wait, you lost me at your logic at the end there.
Okay, now we care about this neighborhood because it now is a neighborhood of means.
I would argue we've always cared about the neighborhood. It's
Okay,
just
but
that
politically
people
it's
in
actually
power-
happening. Right.
People in
Right.
power started caring.
But now what we're going to do is now impose a huge cost to a lot of really poor people on this freeway. There's rich
Wait.
people, there's poor people, there's middle class people. There's a heck of a lot of poor people on that freeway.
I would argue that the poor people benefit more by having a vibrant, feasible
They don't come
economic
down
center
here. They're too busy working and living in
because
the
the highway
suburbs.
exists.
Okay, but what I'm saying is we're giving a gift to this neighborhood
Yes.
at the
Gift to this
cost
neighborhood.
of 180,000 trips a day.
From
They
people,
get a voice too. They're both important.
I'll give you an example.
what do
Now-
they lose by not having a highway?
They have to drive all the way around downtown.
And
I'll give you an example.
The fact that I'm saying, no
Like,
offense,
and?
but the fact that you can't wrap your head around that cost
like
is why this debate exists.
I used
in the
to-
same way they can't understand the value of the land underneath the freeway.
I used to commute 60 miles from White Settlement, which is west of Fort Worth,
Right.
to North Plano. I have not been car-free all my life. When I said I was born
but-
there, I was basically born straight into a car, after being born.
But if they
right?
removed a 1 mile section of the freeway and dumped you out on city streets in the middle of it, you would have had an opinion of it at the time.
Oh yeah, I would have.
And then
I would have
so
gotten
will
over
these
it.
people.
Everyone will get over it, just like they get
They
over
won't
existing
get over
traffic.
it.
How do you know?
Because they will call their reps in Austin and they'll fight and they'll get it put back the other way.
I would. That's a political point. I would say that's
how
not going
you
to happen.
set your movement backwards. If you impose a huge cost on people,
But
they feel that stick and they say, I knew it. I knew these urbanists were coming to take my car away. And then they're going to fight back. And then you try to do a benign project like a bike lane in a suburb. And they say, no, it starts with a bike lane. And next they're going to road diet the road. And they're going to get rid of the freeway. No, I saw it in Dallas. They're irrational. It doesn't make sense. There's no
Well,
facts backing that up. But that's how they're going to feel.
That's your opinion.
And you're going to set it back.
That's your
I
opinion.
deal with these people. Half the people I talk to
deal
are
with
car
people too. I deal with people too.
You know, and so that's what I'm saying is I want to see this be successful because I think that there's so much economic activity that can happen right now because of the stupid viaduct. But what I'm trying to say, if you impose too much of a cost on the users of the viaduct, they will fight back and kill your project and you'll be stuck with it.
Yeah, but they
You're gonna-
already
you're-
have a cost imposed on them.
The people on the viaduct?
Yeah.
No, right now they get to use it. They've got, they that's what I'm saying. You take it away, you impose a cost on it because they have to drive all the way around downtown. 180,000 trips a day of people who will fight back politically, who right now are apathetic. They don't care.
That's your opinion.
You don't have, but I'm saying it's a good thing. You don't have to fight them. Apathy is wonderful because now the people who are actually smart, like you, can get in and make the decisions. You get a bunch of dummies driving around and suddenly they get politically engaged. Now you got to deal with them. So I'm saying, give the baby their bottle. Don't fight them on this. Just put it underground and leave it alone.
This is exactly what's been happening with the I-30 366 conversion. It's ongoing today, and there's like annual reports on news, people complaining about that traffic. If 10 years of people complaining about the traffic on I-30 has not cost anyone their seats in the state,
but I'm saying they didn't remove the freeway. People will put up with the status quo, but what they won't put up with Let me give you another example. Bus lanes.
Yeah.
Look at London, look at Los Angeles. What has happened when they've tried to take away a motor vehicle lane for a bus lane in the perception of drivers? Even though the data's on our side, right? The data is you move more people in the bus lane. Traffic actually congestion really wasn't that much worse. It was all positives, right? But the perception to constituents who were apathetic and didn't care and weren't properly sold on the project, they fight back and the bus lanes get torn out. Road diets in LA get undone. And so what I'm saying is, it's not to say these projects are hopeless. I'm glad you're out there fighting it. I'm glad that you're passionate in doing it. But I feel like we need to do a better job really. What are we giving? If we're taking something away from these 180,000 people, what are we giving them in return?
$4 billion in economic activity.
They don't care about that. So I'm saying, what do we give them?
At that point, this is not a whether or not it's a good idea. It is a good idea.
I'm saying, it probably is a great idea, but
it's a communication challenge.
Bingo.
We could get over a communication challenge. If you're saying the difference between people buying it and people rejecting it is a matter of communication, that's easy to fix. Yeah.
I don't think I'm saying I think you're underpricing that.
Well, I would say
I'm just saying be careful, because I think that can torpedo all the good you've worked for if you assume people will just get it. They won't. They're dumb. I know. I'm a car brain. Like I'm dumb.
So let me ask you this. So we can agree then, if we put twice as much effort into our communication as we do actually fighting for its removal, if we double that effort on communication, we actually would have a shot at removing it.
Right. I'm saying
join DallasUrbanist.org, be part of the conversation.
Yeah, and the point I'm trying to say is put your car brain back on, right?
Yeah.
You don't persuade people by taking the good features you have and like shining them up, and nobody ever sold a car because you got to buy this car, it's got the most horsepower. No, people come on a lot. People come on a lot because they have a problem.
Right.
And you work backwards from their problem. And what you're doing here is you're not really solving their problem.
Well,
from their perspective, you're adding a problem. So what is it you're giving them where they go, oh, I'm going to lose my freeway, but I'm getting this thing in return, and that's really cool, so it's worth losing the freeway. And right now, nothing has been offered to those 180,000 people.
I'll concede this point. You're right, that conversation always steers to that point, like, well, what do I get? And then I'll start answering these questions, and they're like, well, no, you're missing the point.
But because it has to be something they care about, not something you care about. And I don't know
Watch what's going to happen. I'm going to start explaining all the things they care about, and you're going to start to say it's not relevant. Grocery deserts. No investment in South Dallas. No groceries in South Dallas.
These people have cars.
See, I told you what happened. I would say
what I'm trying to say is, what do you tell a car brain person who's driving a Ford F-150 with 4 doors and a lift kit, who will call his rep in Austin because you took his freeway
away? On D Magazine, there's an article by Caleb Roberts and
you taking off?
No, I said I would be one of them.
Oh, you'd be one of them.
Paul Cardin, Caleb Roberts, where an article said the problem with South Dallas. South Dallas has a traffic problem. First line, they don't have enough of it.
Right.
They're experts in real estate development and planning, and they make the point about how the reason that you don't have a grocery store, the reason that nobody wants to invest and no one cares to invest in South Dallas, the only thing they care about when it comes to South Dallas is the labor market or the labor force, the cheap labor force.
Right.
The reason they don't invest in those neighborhoods is because they have no incentive to. Why? Because all of the infrastructure empowers and enables putting that business, that opportunity somewhere else.
Right.
And so the highway acts like a golden chain. It chains us to the status quo, when a better alternative would be to have those grocery stores, have the investment, have those opportunity in your neighborhood, or at the very least a lot closer to you than 30, 40, 50 miles up in
So the theory, from what I'm understanding you're saying, I just want to make sure I understand, is that because let's say I live in this food desert neighborhood to the south here, right? Mm-hmm. Because I can jump in the car and say, well, I'll just run 2 suburbs over to Walmart or Winco or whatever. That do they Winco?
Yes.
Do they Winco in Dallas? Yeah, I love Winco.
But they're not. Well, I don't even know if it's in Dallas. That's the thing. It's in a suburb.
But the point I'm saying is because they can exit that neighborhood by car, then it makes it less attractive to
Because the few dollars that you do have in South Dallas, choose to go somewhere else because it's so easily cash.
Is South Dallas part of the city of Dallas, or is it a separate suburb?
It's part. Yeah, it's half of half of the city's landmass is south of Dallas.
Do you mind if I respond a little
Please.
bit? Okay. So here's my question for you then. Okay, if all of that, if there's that much business opportunity, why, like for example in Los Angeles they have buildings under the bridges, why don't they build something under the bridge? Or why don't they, because there's plenty of room here, right? Why don't
I think, and I'll the preliminary answer, not being as well versed as you would be on the topic, but who wants to shop here? You know what I mean? Like that's the problem. Is
let's say you put the
there's
entrance
psychologically something about this that makes it feel unsafe.
Yes.
And so, but you get a certain distance from it, people start feeling okay. They've done, like I say, and then it's a height thing too. So I can't remember where it was, but somewhere they did a viaduct that was like 3 times as tall. And because natural light comes in, it didn't have as strong, it still had a negative effect, but it wasn't as strong. But I mean, who wants to build a viaduct that's 100 feet tall? You know what I mean? Like if you're gonna go that much expense, just put it down low. You know?
I mean, like you see this in Chicago where they have like cafes, all sorts of business underneath those elevated rail lines. But building something underneath a rail line is very different from building something underneath a freeway.
But you know what I mean? Like if there's so much business opportunity, what I mean is they probably would build stuff in the area. Is what I mean.
The highway is the reason that they don't.
There's some truth to that, right? So now it's remarkable what this neighborhood has done despite.
Yes.
Like you read this paper and the story in the newspaper, and you come down here and you expect it to be blighted for several blocks, because that's usually what you find. Like the I-10 Skyway in LA, even though there's tons of economic activity that actually happens in that neighborhood, it is the ugliest, nastiest trash in the streets neighborhood you'd ever see, just south of the Skyway. You know, like not USC, but like where the fire was under the freeway, at Alameda.
Downtown,
Yeah, and so, but if the but you go to sections where the freeway's depressed, like West Adams, like out that way.
Yeah.
They have nice neighborhoods next to it.
Yeah.
So there is something psychological about when the freeway, and even when the freeway's up and it sits on dirt, it's not as bad. It's something about a skyway, something about this that they didn't understand in the 50s. They just thought, well, there's several different ways to build a bridge, and one way to build a bridge is this way. And they didn't realize the psychological effect it had on it.
And in my opinion, this is probably one of the only ways they could do it at the time, because they wanted to make sure that they could go over the streets and not and to not have to delete the streets or anything.
Right, just like the I-10 Skyway, that was the idea. Is they didn't want to close any streets, and we're building the bridges so close together anyway. Instead of span, dirt, why don't you just do span. Now, what happens with these, and through South Dallas you have this problem already, Vegas you have them, is that they kind of settle, and I'm not a bridge engineer, I don't know if it's the footings or if it's the structure in between or whatever, and so every viaduct when they get old gets ka-clunk over. Well, the South Dallas one is completely bonkers because they have the expansion joints are diagonal, so it's kind of a clunk as you're going down it's wild. I've never seen one. And so I was looking at it coming over here today to drive it and check it out and everything, and the South Dallas one over the was that a wetland area or?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Like
just south of I-30.
Inland Port area.
Yeah, so that area but it's like for floods or something. It looks like it's kind of a wetland area. It's a long viaduct like over a dry river or something.
So you're talking about the Trinity River.
Yeah.
And there's the bridges that go over it. So the Jefferson Street Viaduct, at the time it was built in 1913, the longest concrete structure in the world.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. But anyway, I was driving and I'm going, forget this viaduct. We got to rebuild that one. It's got something really wrong with it. Clunk. And it's probably structurally sound.
Yeah.
It just settled really badly.
Yeah, it's a 100-year-old bridge, so.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, in my opinion, it would be way better to not remove the artery of the country in a way by completely, slashing it off.
Well, you know what's so funny about this is we wouldn't even be having this discussion if this one had been built depressed in the first place, and it was spur, what's the number over there, 366?
366,
Yeah, if that was what we were talking about, you could tear that out all day long because you're like,
I mean,
it's not
366
really.
doesn't really do a whole lot. I mean, in
Right.
my opinion, because really it's like you have all these streets in downtown, and you have another one literally like a few miles down the road, another freeway that's just as wide. It's like, why did you even build it? But you know, instead of like widening the bridges that go onto this instead, or at the very most.
Okay, we got another super chat. Let's see what we got here. So it's from a good conversation going on in the chat here. It's kind of fun to see.
Yeah. They're all. I've read it. They're like kind of debating both of us here.
Right. Well, because like I say, this is a complicated issue, and transportation is supposed to be complicated. In 1968, they didn't make this complicated enough, and as a result, we ended up with this for a long time. So it's good that there's been a passionate discussion and studies and debate, and that you're out there being engaged and advocating for an important voice in this discussion, because this should be complicated. To talk about a multi 2 or 3 or $4 billion project, wherever this thing's going to end up being, and not have your position passionately invested in the discussion would be a mistake.
Shout out to Chris Wyatt, who gave me the heads up. I mean, I subscribed to your channel, but someone like texted me, like, dude, Road Guy Rob's in Dallas Live right now.
I'm glad you came down because like I say, I kind of just take the consensus at its word. I'm a journalist. I'm not a heavy-duty advocate for any position. If a car guy had come here tonight and was saying like, no, this thing's fine, don't tear it down, I'd be vigorously arguing back with him as well, right? So don't think that my vigorous argument is that I think you're wrong.
Don't worry. I've had plenty of these devil's advocates conversations.
But I'm also pointing out areas where maybe you're not totally right. Right, so we have a discussion, right?
I mean, the whole point of the United States is the First Amendment, so you know that's the whole point. We wouldn't have this
I don't
conversation.
know.
That's the whole point.
No, the whole point was saying let's give a country a freedom of speech. This is a tired old joke. Yeah. Freedom of speech and guns. All right, y'all have fun.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
It's very important, but if it was the whole point, it would have been included in the original Constitution.
I'm kind of a fan of Sixth Amendment, avoiding cruel and unusual punishment. That one's pretty good.
Yeah.
Third, I don't really want soldiers. I'm stinking at my house. You know, there's some good ones. Okay.
Yeah.
N Dragon AWA with the super chat. Good to see you. N Dragon AWA writes, that's your opinion, Rob, with the W. I love strong towns, but these changes take time. Radical change is how you get a complete 180 every election.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, but I understand in his defense, if I may, this is a one-time shot at this thing, and if they don't come in and fiercely advocate for this position, this next thing's going to be baked in for 60 years, right? So now is the time to make the position. And I really do want to clarify that if you had the Texas Trucking Association have somebody come out tonight and make the argument that they are only for the viaduct or keeping it as is, I would be fiercely pushing back on that as well.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I appreciate you saying that, because what I've seen is that before me, there was this guy who I keep name dropping, but it's because I realize this is the pattern. You'll have someone like Patrick Kennedy come along, and I think he was in his 30s when he moved to Dallas, and he moved to Dallas specifically because it was so car infested. And then he was this thought leader for the city, for the region, on good urbanism, walkability. He was quoted in books and all that. And then, like all of us someday, or like many of us someday, he got married, he had kids, and life happened. And so there's this passing of the guard that happens when it comes to advocacy. And so as advocates, it's so part of what I've realized, kind of seeing this cycle, is that, you know, when you have this opportunity to make a difference, and you realize that this battle, if we lose, like, if they rebuild a highway, I know we're going to have this exact conversation again in 50, 60 years.
Right.
But it's going to be someone else. So it's a once in a generation, and that's literal in my case. Like, if I don't win now, someone else will get a chance to fight for it again, but it's not going to be me. I'm going to be retired or focusing on my kids or whatever by then.
I wish that, like I say, we were talking about Spur 366 and not US 75, because this would be a slam dunk. Like, you're in the heart of downtown. You could recover all of that land. The city could sell it off, or TxDOT could sell the land off, probably make enough money selling the land off to pay a significant portion, like a third of the project, right? Like, there's a lot of pluses to what you're advocating for.
Right.
There's also some Achilles heels that you got to either strengthen or work around.
Right.
By the way, Greenville.
Yeah, not to mention, like, you know, for 366, you could turn half of them into like brand new skyscrapers, brand new business buildings, brand new everything, like in a matter of, you know, days after they, it was like, you know, basically start building brand new stuff like as soon as they start clearing everything out.
Right. And so that's the challenge. Like, in a perfect world, what I would think, you had unlimited money, is you just tunnel the darn thing. It, like, before you get to you get to, what was it? You guys wanted it to terminate at Martin Luther King.
Yes.
Terminate at Martin Luther King. It goes in a tunnel. Even the ramps with 30 are like big dig style, where they just sort of like pop out of the ground and everything. And then it just magically appears somewhere outside of downtown. It just pops back out of the ground where they'd rebuilt it over there, and everybody wins. The problem is, then you have the constraint issue on that one, which is that probably be about $10 billion. You know.
It'd be very, and then also, like, in order for that to work today, because there is something that we did bury underground, way underground, which is the DART subway. Like the one subway station. We almost had 2 subway stations. If anyone wants to revive or help me with a petition to reopen the Knox-Henderson DART subway station,
they closed one of the DART stations.
Oh, this is a huge infrastructure topic.
Okay, give me like the 2-minute version. What happened?
Every day, or not every day, I met someone just last Saturday who was like, man, I wish there was a DART station at Knox-Henderson, which is a very popping neighborhood with a lot of developments, apartments, nice stuff. And man, I wish there was a DART station at Knox-Henderson, because right now there's just this gap. You go from City Place Station and then the Mockingbird, which is this wide area.
Right.
And I said, oh, specifically Knox-Henderson, you say? It's like, yeah. Did you know that there is actually, like, mostly built a subway station at that exact intersection? Well, why didn't they open it? Why didn't they finish it? Because that little single-family neighborhood, just a few yards from it, all we know, according to the old newspapers, is that they were against it.
I remember the DC Metro famously had that I forget what neighborhood of DC it was, but they made it clear they did not want a metro stop because, to be blunt, there was a perception that only people of color took the subway, and it was the 1960s, and they didn't want people of color getting on their neighborhood. Today, I think the city has offered to pay to build the metro station, and Metro's like, sorry, it's too late, you missed out.
If only we would learn not to repeat the mistakes of racists in the past.
Right. And so I think it's unfortunate. There's a bus where I went to grad school. There was a bus rapid transit system that they were afraid that homeless people from Salt Lake City were going to come down on the bus rapid transit and stop in their neighborhood, even though it was the perfect place right next to a little neighborhood grocery store. Well, guess what? Now that the transit's been in 10 years, guess what the neighborhood want? They want their stop.
Oh, yeah, this is happening today. In Addison, so a little suburb far north of here, there's a councilman who, I kid you not, he took a photo of a presumably homeless woman using a bus stop and said, see, this is why we got to get rid of the bus.
So I'm going to go to a parking lot and take a picture of a homeless woman sleeping in her car.
Yeah, you know what? That's an excellent point. But yeah, it's like the existence.
Which is fine. I've slept in my car. Not because I'm homeless.
Like I need to ask if we've published this anywhere. Well, it's on the DART subreddit. So there's a transit agents DART. It goes reddit.com/rdart, and we posted about this. The councilman in Addison took a picture of this homeless woman and used that photo of a homeless woman at a bus stop to say, this is why we need to get rid of buses.
But that's what the point I'm trying to say earlier when we were having our feisty discussion is, do you really want to go to battle with that sort of thing happening with these 180,000 people who really don't know the issue? Well, so just be careful.
It's a matter of building. That's why, strong towns, it's not strong. We don't so my group, it's not a Strong Towns chapter. What they're called is Strong Towns local conversations, because you're right. It's ultimately, that's what it's going to come down to. Shaping the conversation that's happening around these issues, as opposed to, brute force the issue itself.
Now I've got to ask, change subject, parking reform what's the parking reform network?
Yes.
Are you purposely doing a shifter on a car?
I'm sorry, doing a shift around what?
Oh, PRN. Like parking reverse.
If it was Parking Reform Network of Dallas, it would be PRND.
I did not design this hat, but I'll definitely ask them.
I'm saying lean into that because I think that's actually quite clever. And so I assumed it was part of it.
That's a good idea. Just put a letter D in that open space.
D for Dallas.
That's clever.
Yeah, and then have like a little red shifter where you could have the red shifter on R for reverse because you're reversing the car. I don't know, but anyway, I just assumed. There was also the Radio News Directors Association or PRINDY. It was the Public Radio News Directors.
Isn't that what it says on the gear shift of a car?
Exactly, PRND. It's a PRNDI. And I looked at that and I told my boss one day, I said, did they do that on purpose? He goes, oh, it's the same thing. He goes, I didn't realize that. Anyway.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm going up to New Haven, Connecticut in September, actually. So I'm speaking.
Is that the YIMBY conference?
Yeah, now, Parking Reform Network, they appear at several conferences. They came to the Strong Towns National Gathering also back in June. So I'm going up to the YIMBY town because I'm speaking on their panel about our parking reform here in Dallas.
By the way, another super chat from Bennett. Bennett's being very generous. He was incredibly generous helping me meet all the bicycle people, and he through a series of dominoes, I got to interview the mayor, so it was a lot of fun. But he gave a super chat because I used the water bottle. Oh. So Swamp Rabbit Trail coming.
Where's Bennett from? Is he Dallas?
So Greenville.
Greenville. Oh, good.
So I put out a YouTube post during my first story. I was in Oklahoma City, and I was filming the football goalpost story. I said, well, if I'm going to be in the Southeast already, and I knew I was heading to Tennessee to do that story about the Hurricane Helene destroying all the roads out that way, which I think that'll be the next video, probably coming out for end of August, which I get home and edited it.
Cool, early announcement.
I put out a Facebook post of people to pitch ideas, particularly if they already knew experts I could talk to. I said, I'm going to be in the Southeast, and I got some leads. Many of them didn't work out. Sometimes departments of transportation didn't get back to me. One of the leads I got was a very well-written email from Bennett, basically saying, hey, I live in Greenville. You probably haven't heard of it. And he just, almost like an Axios article, he's going through like, okay, here's why you should care about it. Here's the facts about it. Here are the people you could interview. I know these people. I can get you in touch with them or whatever. I mean, it's basically a prepackaged story, but he's not coming at it as like, oh, well, I own this traffic signal company and you should come to a story on our company. Like, I get some of those, and then you have to turn it into a story because otherwise it's just a free commercial, which is fine. They have neat stuff, but the one with Bennett helping out was he's a bicycle advocate. Yeah. You know, he was trying to build out. I mean, they have one car, and I hope he doesn't mind me sharing all this, but they have one car and they ride e-bikes everywhere.
Oh, that's awesome.
And they love it. And the thing.
I'm down to Dallas, by the way. Let's have lunch, Bennett.
He probably, or if you make it to Greenville.
Oh shoot! My favorite neighborhood in Dallas is Lois Greenville.
Oh, is it?
If you guys don't want to have lunch after, I mean, I'm free.
Have a Zoom lunch. No, no.
So mine are e-bikes.
Well, it's a little bit of a drive, e-bikes to get to South Carolina.
Okay, drive down here, park at a station.
My car's right there.
Yeah. But anyway, it's kind of neat. And the key thing I saw in Carmel, Indiana, with the outgoing mayor, and the mayor, I forget his name, of Greenville, who's also terming out, is both those mayors were in office for like 20 years. They're kind of pro-business Republican types who got really into urban design and bicycles for their downtowns because they realized you don't want, in a dense, walkable downtown area, you don't want cars because you got to store them and move them and people have to dodge them. You want wallets in pockets of people. And so if you can get them there, and then the other thing you run into as well is you have a really nice street and speed limit of 40 miles an hour because you're trying to keep them going. Well, every single one of those businesses is watching the wallet zoom by 40 miles an hour.
Yes.
And you miss it. And so it's like fishing. The fish are going by way too fast.
Like when I'm at Whataburger, I just see him like on I-345, it's going like
right.
that.
So how do you slow them down? Well, you go to Portland, they're like, well, we're going to ruin all the roads, so that'll slow them down. And it's like, no, because then they just take a different road. They move to a different region.
Exactly.
Right? And so what you can do is say, but if you can get them downtown by train, well, Greenfield can't afford a train. You get them downtown by e-bike through this like really nice network of bike trails and get people enthusiastic about them, not for any ideological reason, but just because that's the cool thing to do. And then have a cool downtown when you get there. Those wallets slow down. They're going by the businesses nice and slow,
Exactly.
you know.
And I mean, besides, like the vast majority of people are probably traveling anyways, so they're probably not going to stop. But the people who will stop, they might stop for those kind of recreational things, and it might increase stuff. So
and the downtown's a destination where they're intending to, once they get there, slow down.
And it's a more lower cost thing than instead of just like putting, like, for example, like a dark train line, which probably costs millions of dollars.
That's what blows my mind. Not to give away the whole story, but like they built out through corporate sponsorships and a hotel tax and that sort of thing, a bike network on, I think it was $7 million. I mean, that's a rounding error on a transit or highway project, right? Like if you come back and say, hey, the highway project was $7 million over budget, you're like, all right, on budget, good.
Yeah, that's like really good.
Yeah, and so that's what I'm saying is,
by comparison.
If Greenville, the South, is not known for its bike infrastructure or even sidewalks, right? And if you can get a medium-sized metro area in the South to do this, you can do it anywhere.
DallasBicycleCoalition.org. Also, Richardson Bicycle Coalition, I just learned is a thing. So.
And if you take stuff away from the cars, you got to give them something in return or they'll fight you.
Yeah. I mean, I listen to, I don't know, like Steven Crowder and stuff?
I have no clue who that is.
It's
I know who that is.
It's a podcast I listen to.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
I feel like it explains certain things.
Anyway.
Yeah. So yeah, I feel like we agree on a lot of stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I listen to one podcast and it's called Talking Simpsons, and they are exploring every episode of The Simpsons ever, 1 week at a time, and the rate they're going. The episodes are coming out faster than the podcast, so they'll never be done. There's 36 seasons of The Simpsons, and I've watched them all multiple times.
Can you imagine?
Oh, we got a fire truck. That's loud. And check the while we're waiting to see what the battery's looking like on this phone here.
Yeah.
It is at 35%, so I plug the battery in just in case.
Whatever you gotta do.
I've got nowhere to go, so.
I don't got anywhere to go.
What am I gonna do? Go sleep?
You need to get somewhere?
Yeah.
It's 10:43 right now.
Yeah,
so
work.
So yeah. Hey,
I'm on my way home, so I'm staying with relatives in Fort Worth, and then
Before I talk about the bounce, shout out to all my friends who are watching live. If you're still watching.
Where's the?
So Quee, I see you.
Where's the USB port?
Faye,
here?
everyone else, Chris.
Shout out to
I don't know who else is watching.
Bike people.
Yeah, my phone is blowing up with their messages.
Oh yeah.
So I just want you to know that I'm getting your text messages, but obviously not responding to them on the spot. So I'm
you
gonna
tell that
excuse
car
myself
guy.
so that. But do you mind if I do a quick plug before I head out to socials?
Yeah.
So Dallas Urbanists, we're a Strong Towns local conversation here in Dallas. Just like Rob was saying, it's really about changing the local conversation in order to change the built environment around us. So if you go to DallasUrbanist.org, you can find our social media, we can find our blog, you can sign up for our email newsletter, and we're always looking for more volunteers and more people to help us. So you can become a member. It's free. We don't but you go to DallasUrbanist.org. org/join.
Well,
You can sign up to become a member, and you can schedule a one-on-one conversation with me. So if you're watching this and you're like, I have something to say to that Hexel guy, or I have ideas about how we can make some of this stuff actually happen. Today we're talking about 345, but there's also stuff around supporting public transit here in Dallas, improving walkability, improving our neighborhoods, filling in sidewalk gaps. So if you want to do something about making your neighborhood more walkable, more sustainable, and just a better place to live, become a member, schedule a conversation with me, join our members-only Discord, and let's talk more. So I'm going to boogie.
I'm glad you stopped by, because it's fun to get a knowledgeable local advocate's perspective on this, because, like I say, I live thousands of miles away. I'm just watching this from the news and in a distance and what documents I have. So I appreciate you coming by.
And I love the way that you do this. Like I saw that you gave yourself a well-deserved pat on the back in your toll video, where you say, no, this video is not sponsored by AI. It's old-fashioned showing up to the place, driving there, collecting your own B-roll.
Well, that's what I learned in school.
It's very well done. I love the production value. I love that you cover such a wide range of topics, and that you go to the place, and that you have these conversations like this, and that you interview actual experts on the topic that you're doing a video about. So, top-notch quality. You all already subscribe to him, so keep sending those super chats.
Now some of them can go subscribe to what you guys do.
Subscribe to Dallas Urbanist if you're in the area.
Well, that's cool.
All right.
Thanks so much for coming by, and good luck with work tomorrow and everything.
Pleasure meeting you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
So we got another super chat here coming up. So I'm going to keep yammering along. I was going to go for a long walk and show you more of this, but it kind of looks the same all the way along. And
there's a park
now
right up the street too.
Getting late enough. And I'm going to move everything. Well, we'll see what people say. Meantime, what's everybody honking at? So somebody crossing on the green. So somebody's crossing on the green and it's creating chaos.
Yeah, it looks like there's a homeless person there.
Even LA, it doesn't get that chaotic.
Well,
so yeah,
this is a poor area.
Somebody, I don't know, there's a lot of fancy stuff here. Anyway, BBT 609 with a super chat. Thank you for writing. BBT writes, thoughts on programmable signals. So, I don't know specifically what you're asking, but traffic signals are programmable, right? And so there's a lot of different ways you can approach it, and I don't profess to be an expert on it because I haven't done too many videos on signals yet. I've wanted to. I know that
like Arduinos?
They wouldn't run a traffic signal on an Arduino. They could, right?
Yeah.
But when I've talked to traffic signal techs and vendors, they use a lot of really old equipment, big, heavy relays and things, because they need something that they can stick in a box when it's 120 degrees outside, and inside that box with electronics running and things, it's probably getting to like 130 or 140 degrees, and let it run day after day, night after night, year after year for 20 years, and it just needs to reliably just keep going. So they put really just beefy stuff. So it's not always the most cutting edge technology because they're relying on old stuff, you know?
Sorry.
There you go.
Don't want to drop it.
Now I don't have to hold it.
Ultimately, it's more like redundancy. Like when it comes like programmable stuff, they don't want to do stuff that like, ultimately it's like, OPSEC and security and different stuff. You don't want to, you don't want people like hacking or stuff like this.
Well, right, and I think it's as much as they can do it with a circuit board and just like an integrated circuit rather than having it run through software.
Yeah.
So some of the logic and stuff is definitely software. I mean, there's neat things they have where the signal can read the draw on each of the lights.
Yeah.
And so when the draw is not correct, they go, oh, well, the signal's burnt out, the bulb's burnt out. So then it can use a radio or a fiber line to send back to the traffic operations center and say, you got a bulb burned out at this corner, and then they can put that on the punch list for the tech guy who's running around town all day changing bulbs, right?
Yeah.
So LADOT, when I toured them,
that's amazing.
they have probably the oldest connected signal system in the country because they built it for the 1984 Olympics. Some of the challenge, though, is that they built this really modern, robust thing in the early 1980s, but they spent so much on it that they still use it today. And the question with the 2028 Olympics coming up is, well, is it time to
upgrade?
Yeah, which is enormous. Signals or something, 10,000 bulbs, I can't remember, some number.
It's massive. Down like almost whole streets, they have them all timed together, and on some streets, where,
well,
like the major.
So those signs that say sync.
Yeah.
I asked about that, and they don't know what it is. They assume some politician had them put up a long time ago, and maybe former employees knew what they were for. But they're like, well, we always kind of try to sync all the signals, but there's only so much you can do. But there's apparently those streets that have the signs that say signal sync. That's just something that got thrown on the pole, and they don't know what it's for.
I assume it's like some like fiber line or some like kind of line that like connects each signal or something.
Well, a lot of times, I don't know about LADOT, but I remember when I was talking to UDOT, they try to eventually get fiber to every signal, but what they can do is get fiber to a signal, throw an antenna on it, and then use radio to the signals within radio reach. And so that's another way of getting it. But the dream of departments of transportation and cities and things is to, they can run a fiber line to every piece of equipment.
But it's expensive,
Yeah, and it just takes a long time. But like a project like, well, this is a bad example because it's the middle of the city, but if you had a freeway project out in rural Texas, I can guarantee TxDOT's including, and while we're digging everything up to widen this freeway,
might as well
run the fiber line down the side of the freeway, so.
But on this question, though, I think overall there's no point in really, because really it's like they want everything to be reliable, and by compartmentalizing things, they make things, more, redundant, so that when one thing breaks, they could just replace it instead of like. I
think the redundancy that they use is they have a conflict detector. I'm trying to remember what it's called, but an old school, no computer, just like an integrated circuit,
like a relay or something.
Well, it what it does is it can sense the voltage going to, these signal heads are green, these are red, right? If the voltage is the same on them at the same time, it does something and puts the whole signal in flash mode where just everything blinks red.
I know what you're talking about. So that means that way, as redundancies that way, not it's literally impossible to have two sides green.
Right. If you tried to short it out,
the system even tries to have both sides green.
There's no computer, there's nothing to hack. It's just like an old. I mean, maybe there's a computer on it now, but whatever it is. Now the actual brains of it. That a lot of those are getting more modern and new, and they're getting where they can communicate. Like for forever, they've been able to communicate signal to signal and do I think it's called an offset. So if offset. It takes so many seconds to drive from this light to this light, you can have it trip a wire and it goes to the other signal to say, okay, I just turned green. So if you can get green at so many seconds from now, that'll help with the sync. I think they call that a timing offset or something like that.
So that kind of reminds me of,
I may be wrong on all this.
I'm wondering if that's what the sync sign means, because when I was driving through LA, I noticed that the sync lights are usually more synced up.
I got all kinds of great sync at 2 in the morning.
But you know what I mean, like the lights seem like they're all kind of programmed together somewhat.
Well, I've noticed if you drive LADOT's roads in the city of LA late at night, they're pretty good at being responsive, and they've actually got a good system. It's just when you have a grid, it's very difficult to sync anything because you sync it this way, but then it doesn't work this way, and and it just you get the grid lock, right, where everything locks together. The thing I've been watching is, will there come a time where an AI model is so good that they can basically like update the traffic signal timing
to where you
constantly
need to stop, I'm guessing?
Well, you're always gonna. I think that's the problem. Is you're always gonna have to stop because there's always gonna be more volume than you can handle, right? And so some cars coming like this, and cars coming like this, like somebody's gonna have to stop for somebody, right? But if you can
time things,
try to get it where there's no wasted green time. So the old school way of avoiding wasted green time is, and again, I may be wrong on this, but from what I understand, it is calls. So you come up to a signal, it turns green, it's a minimum call. So the minimum call is this, no matter what, this stoplight's gonna be green for 10 seconds, right? But then you have a loop of wire in the road or a radar or camera detector, and if another car comes up and hits that sensor, it adds 3 seconds, right? Enough time for that car to
get through the light.
To get through. So if you was about to time out and another car shows up, add some time, right? And you keep adding time until either cars stop coming or you hit maximum call, which is like, look, if you haven't got everybody through after 20 seconds or 30 seconds, go yellow, you're done. Yeah, we got to get on to the next.
Like when there's a whole traffic, a whole line of traffic, like there's no point.
We got to get on to the next phase.
There's two whole lines of traffic on both sides. Both sides, you might as well just yellow one of them.
Right. So that helps because then you don't have a lot of wasted green because nobody shows up, it yellows out, and off you go. But are there little things you can do to try to squeeze a little more efficiency out of it?
There's probably some areas where like they have like more advanced computers where they're able to like detect volume and stuff in some sense.
Well, maybe. I mean, I would wonder just like if you could get, and here's the hard part is how do you collect the data, right? Because already they're just trying to collect cars approaching the intersection to change the light. Period. Like that's already a huge task to do. That's quite a bit of money because you have to put sensors
Which a lot of people already think.
But like if you could magically somehow know that there's this group of cars coming and know how many there are and how they're spread out or whatever, and the signal could be smart to feel it almost like two clouds passing each other and time the clouds.
That'd be the future.
But I think the problem is maybe they could probably do like a big AI server or whatever to maybe do that now. I think the data collection is where they get hung up. Like, how do they know the cars are there?
I don't think it'd be that tough.
Well, how do you do it? Propose to me.
Program an AI model for traffic and then just program it to where.
But how do I know? Because the cars don't all take off as a group as like they should. So maybe one car in the front of the line takes off like a jackrabbit, and then a few cars in the middle kind of take off kind of medium speed, and then like one or two cars kind of trail in the back, and then all of a sudden the guy in the back speeds up, and like how do I tell the traffic signal box for cars that are coming from clear down here what's approaching? Like how does it know? And because it's not omnipotent, it doesn't know the cars are coming. All it knows is, once they got to about where that do not block intersection sign is there, which is like 4 car lengths away from the stop bar, a car appeared. That's all it knows. And so if you're lucky, some of the old traffic signals, they just run them on a timer and they're like, it'll be fine. It doesn't even know a car's there. So,
but I think, like I said, I don't think it's that tough. But I think you need a bunch of cameras to do it. You need a lot of cameras in different places. Even in cameras you don't even need.
Well,
for example, for that light, you need a camera all the way over there. You need a camera there. You need cameras everywhere.
Well, and then every detection method has its own problem. Like, I imagine I don't know what radar is usually the one that can be pretty robust, but I imagine radar can bounce off of things and do weird things. And then
weird stuff,
cameras, the problem is like a bird sits in front of the camera and now you have no data, or the fog,
Well, that's what I'm saying. You need multiple cameras everywhere to get that kind of data. I don't know.
The bounce. So one of the issues you can run into is these long mast arms. I actually did a video about it where the wind hits it and it starts bouncing. You'll see on Texas traffic signals, it will look like a sign, but it's turned like this and it's mounted on top. I used to think like, do they have like a little solar panel up there or something? But all it is it's a wind drag. So when it starts bouncing in the wind, it kind of works like a spoiler and kind of slows it down.
The lights are kind of weird here.
But if you have a camera mounted on that pole and it starts to bounce, the camera doesn't know it's bouncing, and so all of a sudden they have with detection zones where they take the image and they draw a little box and say when a car shows up in this box, it means there's a car there. Well, all of a sudden now that detection zone's going like this because the camera's bouncing, so it doesn't know where the car is. And so,
to me, really, it's like for things to be feasible for like cameras, I think you need a mixture of both plates and the cameras, because otherwise, when it starts bouncing like that, like what do you?
And then the old school way is you just kept putting loops of wire in the road, and the induction, which is I'm not an electrical engineer, I don't know what induction is, but something about the nature of the presence of metal of the car going over the wire is readable on a meter.
Yeah.
And so it can say, oh, this changed. Yeah. But then that means you got to tear up all your streets because you cut them in after the road's done.
Yeah.
So, and then sometimes they break. And so that's what I'm saying. All I'm trying to say is there's a lot of stuff that, like, from a software perspective, seems very easy. Yeah. But in the real civil world, it's like, oh, like how do I know how many cars go through this intersection?
Yeah.
Forever, it meant somebody having to stand on the side of the road and just count them.
Yeah, count them.
Right?
Yeah.
They are the little JMAR counters. You punch little buttons like a video game. And so that's all I'm trying to say is, like, partly why I think traffic engineering, it always kind of seems behind the curve on a lot of the technology, is you have to figure out a way to do it, and it's got to be reliable, and it's got to sit out in the sun and sit out in the rain and sit out in the ice, and then you got to be able to buy 10,000 of them and put them in, you know.
But I'm conservative, but at the same time, I've been to China. Like I've been I've been to China before. Right. And in my opinion, I think I think the government, that kind of sense.
By the way, I'll correct you. You're American.
Yeah.
Who often agrees with conservative viewpoints.
Yeah. And my wife is Chinese.
You're not in a different club than I am.
Yeah. My wife is Chinese. She's on a green card.
How's she like living there?
Oh, she loves it here.
What province is she from?
She's from Suzhou, which is next to Shanghai.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
How often do you guys get back?
Oh, we've only I've only been there once, but I was there for like a good month or two.
So yeah, a friend of mine, his wife was from, I forget. I don't say it's Guangzhou, but I don't remember. But
Guangzhou, yeah.
But they go back. I think like every summer or something.
But in my opinion, public transportation, for example, they have timers on every light.
The countdown clocks?
Yeah, that's so amazing.
Yeah, well, is it? So the problem. So I don't know if there's been research on this.
Yeah.
But on the hand that tells you it's blinking, telling you how many seconds you have left in the crosswalk, right? Yeah. When those started showing up about 20 years ago, I used them to speed up. And so I was more likely to enter the intersection at a much higher speed because I'd be watching at 7, 6, 5, and I'm half a block away, so I gun it 4, 3 because I don't want to miss the light. And so I worry that the wonderful benefit the counter would provide a pedestrian in the United States creates a safety benefit because you want traffic approaching the intersection at a reasonable speed or maybe even slowing down a little bit. Yeah. You don't want on a 40-mile-an-hour street have the average entry speed be 52 miles an hour, and that's exactly what I'm doing when I see the countdown 5, 4, 3, because it's not because Rob's a bad person and he's impatient and he should wear a seatbelt and not enter at 52 miles an hour. No, it's because if something goes wrong, the intersection's the dangerous place where something can go wrong. Somebody could run a red light, a little kid could run out, and if I enter the intersection at 40, I'm doing a lot less damage than at 52, or heaven forbid 60.
Yeah, again, there are roads, if you've been to China and you see the roads, so they have almost every street in China has this whole base. It's almost like a highway-sized lane just for electric and scooters and stuff. Because most people in China, they can't afford a car, so they use a scooter, right? And so basically you have that buffer zone along with just 3 or 4 lanes, and then the turn lane, and then 3 or 4 lanes, and then a massive highway-sized lane, and then a massive sidewalk on both sides. So it's so you have a huge buffer zone, so if someone does walk out, it's not going to do anything because there's no one there anyway, even if they're going 60.
But you still could have somebody run the red, right? And so
you know what I mean? If on the countdown timer, if someone's so how the countdown timers work, they're green, even for the yellow portion. So the yellow portion is counted with it, and then it turns like a red, countdown timer.
Yeah, because I think that the principal concern is not with the timer itself. It may be 2 things I'd be concerned about.
Yeah.
One is vehicle entry speed. Are cars noticeably, statistically significantly entering the intersection at higher speeds because they're trying to beat it, right? Because that's a problem, because it's not like, oh, somebody will do it once and they'll get killed. It's everything in transportation can't be 99.9% good enough.
Yeah,
because if it was 99.9% good enough, 1 million people would die every day, right? It's got to be 99.9999999 for, you know, to get the risk down. And the ultimate goal is 0 fatalities. Like, or the future goal is 100% reliable, right?
Yeah.
Which is a goal we'll never achieve, but that's where we got to head, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because I don't want to get that phone call that somebody I love who died, right?
Yeah.
And so why do I suddenly find it acceptable that, oh, but it was somebody else who died, right? So if that countdown timer is causing an uptick in bad intersection crashes that are fatal, that would have maybe just been injury, right? Well, that's bad. Here's the second thing. It takes my focus should be down here at the intersection. I'm looking at vehicles entering, and my peripheral vision, I'm watching the color, right? Is the light still green? But if the timer's up here, I got to read it and watch the numbers. So now I've lifted my view from the intersection up to the pole, or off, in my case, with the pedestrian counters off to the side.
To the top left or top right of the light. So you're looking at the top left or the top right all the time.
Right, and that's the problem. Like if the counter could just be floating in space down low, maybe it wouldn't be so bad.
No, sorry. I think it's and some of them they have them like I think they usually have them like on each light.
Right.
Like they have like one or over there, and they have some for the left turn.
Right.
But you know, so yeah.
Yeah, and so those are two.
You're focusing only on the timer though. So yeah.
Right, like a lot of times you will mount, you can't see it on camera, but you know what I'm talking about, where the stoplight, you got 2 greens up here and then you got a green down here, right?
Yeah.
And you put that down there because that can kind of help keep your focus
so that
down
way
low.
you
so you're
focus on like for example on the right side, so that way it's on, because that's usually your blind spot.
Right.
So.
And I suppose when you're turning too and you're trying to watch for pedestrians but also watch the light, you got a light down low where you're paying attention to it. So it's little things like that don't seem like a big deal, but when you multiply it in a transportation system where you measure it in millions of vehicle miles traveled every day, that those little tiny percentages turn into big numbers, you know. And so that's some of my concern about something like that.
Yeah, but back to what he was saying, in my opinion, like, so for a lot of different stuff, like a lot of stuff would be a lot easier, and there'd be a lot less bureaucracy if the government controlled it on that sense. Now, I don't think the government should control everything.
Okay, let me clarify.
Anti-capitalist.
Let me clarify.
Yeah.
We talk government. There's a lot of pieces to it. Which
so
the state of Texas,
like
the county of Dallas, the U.S. Department of Transportation,
U.S. Department, probably like
Federal Highway Administration. Okay, so what about them? Would you not want, would or would not want them to control?
So I would much rather have like a federal body control everything, similar how they do in China, like when it comes to like maybe like lights, like traffic lights, so that way like we can more streamline things, like public transportation, more streamline things. I'm not like anti-capitalist, like oh this and that, but the issue that we have here in the United States.
You can be very. There are plenty of governments that are capitalists who have central control. Yeah. So that's of standards. So that's not.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like the issue that we have here in the United States, like every bus company is separate. Every bus company,
especially here in Dallas Fort Worth. But that's something I wish I had talked to our friend before he left, was the DART killer bill. Yeah. Where they're because DART's separate from Tarrant County Transit, which is a much better name than Fort Worth Area Regional Transit. Drop the W. Yeah. Anyway, I thought of that on my way over.
But
I'm real proud of myself.
What I mean. Like everything in the United States would be better if it's more compartmentalized, and then people in rural areas. Because in China, it doesn't matter where you live. Like in those big cities, you have a bus because it's controlled by the government and.
This gets into an interesting question about when you build a society. Yeah. The truth is, every society, if we're going to get political here, and I'm going to scare you here, but I'm not meaning to. Every society is socialist to a degree, because that was what a society is. Socialism is based on the word society. Now, what it is we do is up for debate, right? You had the Soviet Union that made a command economy where it was to the point where buying and selling and purchasing and figuring out what crops are grew, where it was all centrally controlled. It was like the most mega controlled.
That was China before Deng Xiaoping.
Right,
a few people,
right.
yeah.
But running one sewer system through the whole city is a form of socialism,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
We've agreed as Americans, generally without much debate, that that's a good use of a society-based infrastructure.
Yeah.
And the idea is, even if I'm not home and I've been gone for 2 months, I still pay my sewer bill, subsidizing other people. Now, maybe the sewer line that the city has to run to my house is really short,
Yeah.
but somebody else's house, it's really long.
Yeah.
But we pay the same. That's a form of
Exactly.
a societal socialism, right?
Yeah.
So the question is, if you get purely like capitalism with a capital C, everybody would pay exactly for the externality that they impose, right?
Yeah.
So that would mean certain things like getting your mail delivered to your house out in the country. You just don't get mail.
Yeah.
It ain't worth driving. This 37-cent stamp. I'm not driving all the way out to your house.
Like,
right?
why would the U.S. Postal Service? Because as a company, U.S. Postal Service would lose money trying to drive out to the rural area.
But
So
what if they charge everybody a little bit more? And so technically, I'm getting overcharged a little bit because he can walk to my house, but that's helping subsidize people in rural areas.
Exactly.
Sometimes we do that because for a society, it's better for everybody to share in this thing together, even if it means we kind of are subsidizing each other. In China, a bunch of not rich people, but a bunch of city people who probably are getting slightly less bus service than they pay in for because it subsidizes a rural area, because as a society, they've decided it's better to have a complete system, even if it means we do that with roads. People in Dallas pay tons of gas tax revenue. They try to spend it fairly, but the truth is rural areas, even though they don't get enough help, but a lot of that is because there's not enough taxpayers out there. Yeah,
exactly.
And so people in the cities subsidize the country, but we do it because the completeness of society is worth it.
So, like, I'm not saying, like, in my opinion, that kind of stuff, it would make a lot more sense if the government kind of controlled that sense, but I don't mean like government controls everything, because in my opinion, I don't want us to be like China. I don't want cameras on every intersection. I don't want the roads to be like 16 lanes wide.
But remember too, like we gotta be careful not to oversimplify and kind of say like, well, okay, so you've determined you're a conservative, and you have this kind of box of values that you've put in there that are important to you, and human nature, tribal, is just the way we are. Not our fault. It's just the way we're wired as primates. We also have this other box of others. And say, okay, well, the people who are not in my box, they're called liberals. So if I don't like toll roads, then liberals must be for them. If I don't like speed cameras, then liberals must be for them.
And that's not
if I am for balanced budgets, liberals must not be for them. And the problem is, that's not actually the case. I've talked to people all over the country. I went to San Francisco and did a story, and I went to Johnson City, Tennessee, and then went out in the country beyond that. Somebody in Johnson City, Tennessee thinks that they're teaching sex ed to kindergartners in San Francisco. That's not true.
Okay.
And I've heard stories of out there in rural Tennessee that when Hurricane Helene happened, they were so radicalized by Fox News and Facebook that they were shooting at FEMA because it was Biden's FEMA, right? Well, guess what? You probably will find some crazy lady in San Francisco who would love to advocate for sex ed in kindergarten.
Exactly.
And she gets booed out at every meeting because they're normal people with families and they want appropriate material for their kids. And I actually talked to a guy in rural Tennessee about that. He said, yeah, there was one guy who's crazy who shot at a FEMA person because he was crazy. And then it spun out of control, and the FEMA people were started to get scared to go to houses that had Trump flags and guns on the door and everything because they had got shot out once, they got scared, and then that reinforced the idea that FEMA wasn't coming to help Trump supporters. And it was all just spun completely out of control. But guess what? Those people in rural Tennessee and those people in San Francisco ain't that different. And so that's what I say, we have to be careful that a lot of the things we assign to our box doesn't mean that somebody who is in the other box truth is, there's 330 million people, and there's 330 million political spectrums. But we're all different.
It's just like, for example, like a lot of the issues we talk about today, a lot of different issues would be a lot easier to fix if the government,
But again,
more streamlined.
what do you mean by government? So we have to talk a specific thing. Because there is no government.
In my opinion,
there's
like,
different
for example,
agencies.
I'll give you, like, for example, public transportation.
Okay,
public transportation should be somewhat controlled by the federal government or in some sense, because I mean you're already putting it in the state government. Why should?
Well, so actually, it would be a lot of it is county by county. So like Dallas area regional transit, DART, right?
County,
So that's not even the state of Texas running it.
Yeah.
But again, we want a society. So what do we do? Well, when DART wants to expand transit, that's good for the nation's economy. So money that Congress appropriates, some of it from our gas tax, some of it one time was from a tax we put on vapes.
In some place.
Some of it's just appropriated debt. But like, goes into a transportation spending bill. They do these regularly to reappropriate the money that we've spent in gas tax. A portion of it goes to the Federal Transit Administration.
Yeah.
The Federal Transit Administration says, we understand it's hard for some of these transit agencies to build things out, so we'll offer match money.
Yeah.
Come to us with a pitch of why you're going to spend the tax money the best.
Yeah.
And so DART comes to them and said, well, we want to build these new stations and buy these new trains or whatever, and here's the benefit that we think we can demonstrate we'll get out of it.
Exactly.
And they'll compete with Virginia, and they'll compete with Colorado, and they'll compete with Washington State and all of that.
Yeah.
And the winner gets the grant.
Yeah.
And so then that's match money. So like DART will put in $1 and maybe the federal government will put in $1, right?
Yeah.
As a result, the federal government may have certain minimum standards. They say, well, we're not going to build a trashy system, so if you want it, it has to meet a minimum quality. Like a bus rapid transit system, at least 50% of it has to have its own lane.
Yeah.
You can't just make a regular bus route and get a federal grant for it. So it's kind of a fascinating American way of doing it, because rather than it being the federal government collecting all the taxes, making all the decisions, and coming to us and saying, thou shalt have this thing, we're like, we don't even want this thing, thou shalt have it. Well, it's a bottom-up, top-down approach where you kind of meet in the middle.
Yeah. But what I mean is, I don't mind how, like, we have like different meetings and different stuff on a local level. What I mean is, like, have the federal government kind of control things, like, because in China,
what specifically would you like to control?
Like, for example, in China, they have the high-speed rail system that goes across the whole country. They have subways that go across every city, and all the subways are basically the same model, same kind of station everywhere.
Do you know why America's different than most other even democracies that way? So, you're a fan of the Constitution, right?
Yeah.
What's the 10th Amendment? I'll tell you if you don't know. It's okay. The 10th Amendment is probably one of the most defining. I mean, we think the first and second and fourth, and like those are big deals.
Yeah.
The 10th is everything. The 10th Amendment says anything that isn't appropriated power by the Constitution to the federal government becomes the purview of the people or the states.
Yeah.
So that's why you have a Texas driver license, not an America driver license.
Yeah.
That's why you have a Texas license plate. It's why you get a business license from, well, ultimately Texas, but Texas may give that power down to the city. So like at the state level, we act like European countries. The state of Texas has all the power because of the 10th Amendment. They dole it out to counties and cities.
It's like living in Italy versus France. It's like France driver's license. You drive right a little bit, you got Italian, you got all this, you got all that.
But the point I'm trying to say is the federal government is limited on what they can do. So what can they do? They're allowed to regulate interstate commerce. And so that gives them enormous power the other way.
Yeah.
So here's the history of roads, right? So back in the 1800s, people wanted to move from New York to like Ohio, right?
Yeah.
We had the Louisiana Purchase, like we need a road to get over the hill so people can settle. And the problem is the states, they're poor and they're like trying to build a road, even a dirt road back then. States just don't have that kind of money. And so the Whigs, the Federalists, they came at it and they said, okay, we're going to build a national road. We're going to use the power of the federal government to build this road because it's interstate commerce. It's connecting states together, right?
Exactly.
Well, then Andrew Jackson comes along. Andrew Jackson's an anti-federalist.
Yeah.
He went through, in a way, kind of like our current president, smashing everything up because he's an anti-federalist. He's trying to break the federal government because he's arguing the 10th Amendment gives all this authority to the states.
Yeah.
States should be building the road, not the federal government, right? Well, so he broke it up and gave each piece to the states, and it all fell apart.
Yeah.
The national road just was broken. So then he ended up with turnpikes where private money would come in or states would take loans or whatever, and he basically had dirt toll roads where they literally would turn a pike, lift it up to let you through, right?
Yeah.
So what do you do in the 20th century? You'd have to build all these roads, but there's a precedent that the states can't afford to build out a big network of paved roads for everybody.
Exactly.
But the federal government, who may have the means to do it, can't build the roads and own them.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so here's a loophole.
Yeah.
One of the things in the Constitution they're allowed to do, they are required to do, the federal government's required to do a post office.
Yeah.
So, well, the post office needs roads, they can deliver things, right?
Yeah.
So you build postal roads. And so back east, there are all these old roads called post roads,
Yeah.
and they got away with it. But what they've done now is trying to balance the 10th Amendment and the Commerce Clause.
Yeah.
They've said, well, okay, states will own the road. Texas owns this.
Yeah.
But Texas couldn't afford to build this in
there's no
1968. So we will give match money. We'll use the might and power of the federal pocketbook to give money to the states. And as long as they meet some of our minimum standards and help achieve our interstate goal of interstate commerce, it's not a coincidence they called it an interstate system.
Yeah.
Because of the interstate commerce clause, right? We'll give them money to achieve this federal goal, but they will own it.
Exactly.
And that's where we're at. And that's why America is unique, and you're never going to see massive federal control of like mass transit like you do in China, because the 10th Amendment won't allow it.
I mean, but like I said, for me, it's like, I don't really like that, because like I said, like for example, in my opinion, there's no way the United States could ever make high-speed rail, like ever, because number one, they'd have to allocate massive amounts of money like China would do.
Well, that's no problem. We're really good at allocating massive amounts of money.
To a more higher cost, really, than even these bridges can be. And
I know. I live in California, and we're building one.
Yeah.
Very expensive. Very expensive.
I'm from California, but like I said, and one of the main reasons why I think that fell through is because, of course,
they're still building it.
Yeah.
It hasn't fallen through, but it is.
Yeah.
It's very expensive, and it's behind schedule and over budget, but it's still. You go to Fresno, it's big chunks of it are built.
Yeah. But the whole reason why China has it all across the country is because they're able to allocate the funds in a different way than what the states can.
Your super chat's coming up. No, keep finish your thought.
But you can go ahead.
Okay, we got a super chat here from Darth Witcher, which sounds like a Halloween Darth Vader. You ask, how do you stop or reduce rubbernecking? I'll let you answer first. How would you reduce? Because rubbernecking's dangerous, right? I remember talking to an LA County contracts these companies to come out and be highway helpers. Like Georgia, they have state employees called Hero that go out and try to respond to crashes and things. So I witnessed a crash on the 210 freeway in Pasadena, and so I pulled over, and I was talking to the guy who was out there helping the traffic control, and he said, "Oh, I've got to go. There's a secondary." And I said, "The secondary?" He goes, "Yeah, in the traffic slowing down, cars crash." And I said, "So you have like secondary crashes?" He goes, "Oh yeah." He says, "The first crash usually causes 2 more." So one of the ways it causes more on the other side are people not paying attention to the car in front of them. They're looking over. Car in front of them is also looking over, but they slow down even more. Another crash, right?
Yeah. And then
it's a big deal.
Yeah, it's a big deal, because especially on like the other side of the freeway a lot of times, because all those people aren't paying attention, and those people start stopping all the way up front, because they're all looking, and then bang 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 bang. Right. All those people are all looking the same way, and they're paying attention to what's going on in front of them.
So one of the things they can do is, I've seen when they pour the median barrier in an urban freeway, you don't have a field in the middle, you have a barrier. Barriers used to sit like about this high, you know.
They just
and I think higher. Because of trucks and things, they make them higher. So if I'm in a regular car or a regular SUV, I just can't even see the other side of the freeway. So I think that helps. Or I've seen, I forget what they're called. I talked about them in the Wyoming video, the tunnel fire video, but that one, because they were shoving traffic one lane each way through a tight tunnel, and the cars were about this far apart, you know, mirrors were almost touching.
Yeah.
They put a visual block, and it's kind of like tipped like this, so air can still get through.
Yeah.
But if you're driving this way, you're seeing the wide side, and then there's another one behind it, and another one, and another one.
So like the one through downtown LA, like on the 10.
Yeah, they have some
Like
of those
the
on the
green
10
ones,
freeway in downtown LA on the viaduct we talked about.
I feel like that's like the most memorable thing of driving through LA is always seeing those green things on the highway.
Yeah, and they put, I forget what their engineering term is for them, but they put those on there because downtown LA, they've squished everybody together to maximize the traffic going through on that bridge.
Yeah.
There isn't much of a shoulder, and I think you start getting weird friction where people start feeling uneasy and they slow down.
Yeah,
and they start
they're
looking
so
at
close
crashes,
together,
and so you can get people to relax, calm down, and because I suppose if I'm in that fast lane and I'm only focused on the traffic coming the other way because my limbic system is telling me, well, that's the threat because it's coming faster.
Yeah.
But it's not really a threat. There's a barrier there. It's the car in front of me that seems really calm. It's just floating there in front of me, you know, at the same speed. So I'm busy focused on the trucks and everything going this way, and then all of a sudden he hits his brakes.
Yeah.
And so I would think that's probably a great way to try rubbernecking is just put up a barrier so you can't see the other side of the freeway.
Yeah.
Your side, I actually don't mind rubbernecking.
Yeah.
Because one of the best things you can do with an emergency responder is hit your brakes. You know, when I saw that crash in Pasadena, I didn't mind that all the were crawling by us at 5 miles an hour.
There's a negative side to it though, because the issue is other emergency vehicles that it's really, really hard for other emergency vehicles to go to the
So that's
accident
why we put shoulders,
when everyone starts slowing
right?
down, yeah.
So one of the things that we didn't get to talk about on this is when if and when they rebuild this down low, putting, in fact, I think I got the cross section
the
here.
DOTs or whatever is going to require them to have a certain amount of shoulder.
Yeah,
right?
well, that's particularly federal highway, right?
Federal highway,
so federal highway makes sure DOTs do it
I think
because
I've
it's
talked
that
to Caltrans before.
Have you?
Some time ago about that.
Yeah, kind of the minimum standard.
Caltrans has a minimum standard. And
So actually-
Caltrans is a bit excessive on theirs, but
The old, let's see if you can see it here, but the old one's actually not bad. If you can see, I'm not sure if we're lining up in the camera right or not, but
yeah, it's good.
okay. Yeah, the old ones actually do have shoulders. I'd wondered, being an old bridge, if they try.
That's a shoulder.
Yeah, so you have shoulders on both sides. Reds are the
lanes.
occupied lanes, yeah. But they'll make sure they still got their shoulders. Looks like they're doing like an express lane or a carpool lane or something there, but they have their 10 or 12 foot shoulders on each side, so that emergency vehicles can get by. You taking off? Hey, thanks for hanging out all this time. It's good having you. So,
yeah, nice to see you, man.
how are we doing on time? 11:30. Yeah, I probably ought to wrap up pretty soon. Let's keep going through the chat here and see. Oh, my friend Connor, the way to get National Rail would be to repeal the 10th Amendment. Where do you think I learned about the 10th Amendment?
No, maybe the Supreme Court could like.
Uh-oh, Frogster
do
says I'm
something, but
a lunatic.
I don't think they repealed the 10th Amendment.
You might be
10th
right.
Amendment for that. Now they might be able to like, how would I say, like, because you could always fight this kind of stuff in court, like in the Supreme Court side, but.
Okay, Burger Man writes, by the way, Rob, Interstate 210 does not connect with Interstate 10, or does connect with Interstate 10 in Redlands, which I know well. I love the 210 freeway. I drive because I live out near Redlands. But I'm going to be pedantic.
Yeah.
The Interstate 210 does not connect with the 10 freeway at all. Because when you get to Interstate 15, actually we know when you get to the California 57, it turns from Interstate 210 into California State Highway 210.
Yeah.
And California State Highway 210 connects with
That
Now that's just being
kind of weird.
That's just being pedantic.
Yeah.
It was.
I used to live in Redlands, so.
You live in Redlands too?
I used
Oh,
to,
dude, what part of Redlands?
I
live up the hill.
I lived in a group home off Church Street, like right next to downtown, basically.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Like kind of over by the Kuka's Mexican food. That's the small one. I go to that all the time.
It's like called like Walker's Car Shop or something, right there in the corner of Church.
Redlands is great. It's sort of a Pasadena of the Inland Empire.
It's kind of weird. There's a lot of rich people. It's kind of like unique in that sense because there's like lots of orange groves still, and there's rich people living there at the same time.
Well, what Redlands did is when you build a new subdivision and you're tearing out an orange grove, they would make you put like a row of orange groves in front of your development, so when you go down the street it still feels like you're in an orange grove, which probably is not the best use of urban space, but it's quirky and it's fun and I like it, you know.
Yeah, that's still good though. I mean obviously, you know, you can't talk about that whole history without, you know, think about like Pacific Electric and all that stuff, because that's pretty much
you used to be able to take an electric streetcar all the way out to Redlands.
Yeah, from LA, yeah.
And now I can take a
A-lane train.
Hydrogen powered, because they didn't want to put the overhead wires in. A hydrogen powered light rail.
I rode it, yeah.
From like it's right in my backyard. I should do a story on it, but it looks so boring.
Do you live down there?
I live up the hill from Redlands. Yeah.
Oh.
So.
Oh, I'm guessing you like Ukaipa or.
Yeah, out that way. Yeah. County Line Road.
County Line Road.
I don't want to go.
I know where that's at. I used to.
But if anybody's a stalker, I live in Bakersfield, so go there. I've lived there too.
That's pretty cool though.
Captain Crucial, the super chat. That's a question. Captain Crucial asks, how do you feel about modern headlights? Well, they're better than whatever the crap they were running 20 years ago, because it used to be they hadn't switched to LEDs yet, and BMW and others were wanting to make the headlights brighter, because all the 90s cars, have you ever driven a 90 car?
I mean, you can even see it right here like that. I don't really like the white LEDs too much. They're a bit too bright.
Well, the LEDs are an improvement, because back in the 90s, they had replaced the old sealed beam headlights that the government required in the 80s and 70s, you know. They changed it so you could build a nice light feature. I think partly because you hit a pedestrian, you have this like glass sealed beam thing, you cut the pedestrian
hurts.
versus you hit plastic housing, it's better.
Yeah.
And it actually made it really cheap to change out, because you have this little halogen bulb.
I mean, it's better than an accident too, because having a big glass thing break.
Right.
Yeah.
So having a little halogen bulb that you can just undo and pull out and change for 20
as
bucks.
soon as you hit the glass, it's just like gonna crumble.
So, but the problem is, if anybody drove a 90s car, even before the lights started fogging up, the plastic fogged up, there's something about just the way the headlights worked in the 90s were very poor. What you looking at?
I'm just making sure the lights on.
Oh.
That's all.
People, I am sure one of you would complain if all of a sudden the
if it suddenly stopped.
So what happened is, like, driving around at night with a 90s car is just like, are my lights on? Like, it was always really bad, you know?
Yeah.
So in the early 2000s, BMW and others, people on their own even, would buy, I think, xenon headlights. And xenon would be bright blue, but they wouldn't bounce off the housing right. And so I think a BMW wasn't too bad, because at the factory they could try to keep the light down.
Yeah.
But you'd get some jerk in I almost used my after 11 language, but anyway. Some jerk in a BMW who be like, but it wasn't supposed to have xenon headlights, and it was like an 80s BMW. And they put xenon bulbs in there, and they'd be like behind you, and they just blow out your whole rear view mirror at night. Like, you couldn't see anything.
Like a lifted truck in today's sense.
Yeah, except they were doing it with a car. And so when LEDs came out, they're actually able to build a housing that tries to shine the light where it's supposed to. And so far, the little experience I've had, my car I just bought, I'm pretty sure is LED, lights really nicely, better than any car I've had. So I like it.
Yeah.
But the challenge is, if your LED burns out, I think you have to buy the whole housing. It's hundreds of dollars.
That's the thing I don't really like. I mean, to be honest with you, I wouldn't really want to get a car like that, because I got a 2017 Camry and mine's old school.
Oh, that's cool. You're still using the halogen lights?
I mean, my wife crashed the red headlights, so we had to replace it.
Oh, so you've got one foggy headlight and one brand new looking one.
Yeah, you gotta see it. Yeah.
Right.
And we had to replace the whole bumper for it, but.
Well, that's not too bad.
That's good though. I mean, it wasn't too expensive. So.
I wonder if the new Camrys have finally they must have switched to LEDs by now, but I don't.
No, they did.
Toyota kind of held out for a long time on a lot of it, because they're trying to make the car easy to fix.
It's crazy how many features my car doesn't have for 2017. Like even the Corollas from the same year look way better than that car.
You got Bluetooth, but it has like a 5-second delay. Anybody notice that? But so yeah, Captain Crucial, I would probably say that, I mean, I think for seeing the road, there's anything that can improvement is good, and LEDs where they can try to get it to land. Now, don't put, from what I understand, don't put an LED retrofit kit into an old halogen system, because I guess the way halogen light diffuses off the bulb, bounces correctly on the reflectors and things and works, but LEDs,
it's more brighter.
Well, they diffuse in a different way somehow.
Yeah.
I'm not a light engineer, so
if I'm not mistaken, LEDs are kind of more direct.
Well, it scatters the light in places it's not supposed to go, so it starts blinding people.
Yeah.
And so basically, if you go to AutoZone, don't worry about that. It's just telling me to go to bed. If you go to AutoZone, and anybody notice YouTube does that now? It tells you to go to bed. You've watched enough YouTube for today. You should.
And we're streaming.
You should go to bed. What were we talking about? Oh well.
Lights.
Yeah, something about it diffusing. Oh, if you go to AutoZone and you buy an LED retrofit kit for your car, it will say on there, not for highway use. I was ready to buy them because I'm like, I leave my lights on, and that way, if I leave my lights on, it won't use as much power. But if it says not for highway use, then there's probably something wrong with it, so don't.
Yeah.
But if it comes from the factory, the LED, I think it's great. They're expensive to fix, so.
Yeah, okay. Can I buy an internet?
So thanks again, Darth, for your. What are you doing? Yeah, that's a super chat.
He's asking for interstate signal.
Oh, he asked another question?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad I didn't just scroll. I'm sorry.
Oh.
That was Captain Crucial who asked headlights. So Darth asks again, thank you. How can I buy real interstate signs for my home? So obviously, I think sometimes old DOT engineers and techs and things have sticky-fingered some of them home or when they're decommissioned or whatever. So I think eBay, I've seen used ones, if you want a real one. But if you want one that's, real in the sense that you could mount it on a highway and it worked fine, I'd call, as I'm sure you're not alone, typically departments of transportation don't make their own signs, especially the big jobs. They'll have a sign fabricator. I know there's one in Provo called Interstate. I'm trying to remember what it's called. It's on the south end of Provo.
I know Caltrans makes their own.
Caltrans makes their own?
Yeah, they make their own
So they have a sign shop, even for the big stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. And Caltrans tend to be more, there's different philosophies of, when I spoke to a Caltrans engineer, she said, we try to do the engineering in-house because hiring consultants to do the engineering is a lot more expensive.
Yeah.
But then if you go to I think Florida's the other way around, where they do almost nothing in-house. They're like, we need some engineering done on this, so we put it out to bid and hire it out, because they think that's the cheaper way to do it.
Exactly.
So I don't know that either one's wrong or right. I just, but anyway, if it's particularly a state where I know Utah would hire it out, and I think Nevada DOT and things, because I used to, when I lived in Provo, Utah, I would drive by. It was on the south end of town. So if you want to find it, you really want to find this company, go to Google Maps, go to the south end of Provo, Utah, and there'll be a street called University Avenue that meets the freeway.
That's the next one.
And follow the street that also meets that interchange called Lakeview Parkway. Follow it east, halfway till it meets the other street where it ends. On the south side of the street will be this big sign fabrication company. I can't remember what they're called. I saw them every day for years. But I guarantee that company will be happy to make you one,
Yeah. But I mean, at the very least, probably just contact your local DOT.
Well, I don't think so. I think they probably dispose of them.
Yeah.
So as I said, I think you got to.
But that's
check
what I'm
eBay.
saying. Contact your local DOT, and then
I don't know.
Let's say.
I mean, I guess it wouldn't hurt, but I don't think so, because being government, they probably have a whole disposal procedure.
Yeah.
And, I don't think they.
I don't know. You never know. Might be.
You might. I don't know. Check. Start on eBay. That's the easiest way to get one.
I know for Caltrans, a long time ago when I visited there, I got multiple books this thick about highway plans, because they're this is all public information. You can take it home.
Yeah, but I don't know. With signs, they can recycle the aluminum and get money. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know that they let the signs go. Okay. So we've got Darth asking about interstate signs. So yeah, sorry I don't have a better answer. I don't actually collect signs other than somebody made me a sign, which is fun. Brickatect, good to see you again. Super Chat writes, how do we invest in infrastructure to give everyone in the U.S. the freedom to not have to drive? Invest in freedom of choice. Not everyone can or should drive. Well, some of it, I think, I mean, we were chatting earlier with our friend here who just left. He kept saying, well, that's a political thing. I go, unfortunately, it is. So what you're asking is, how do you make this particular goal something that's important to enough Americans, or at least enough people in a state, that it starts to shape policy? And I think that's one of the mistakes advocacy groups make, is they work from the goal backwards, and it's like preaching religion. And I'm not saying that to dog them, but I mean, I was a Mormon missionary at one point. I went out and actually preached religion. And guess what? You can't come at somebody and say, well, my religion just makes so much sense, and it just like seems so logical and rational and obvious that if I present it to you, you'll feel the same way.
Yeah, no.
People don't. And that's
people
true.
Come to you, you don't come to them. And most of the time, it's like they kind of, if they're already opened up, they come to you.
You got to work backwards from what's important to them.
Exactly.
And you don't know, right, until you get talking to them. And so they're saying, seek first to understand, then seek to be understood. And a lot of us rush to understood. We try to, if I just get my idea out there, you know, like if I go out and I say, healthcare is a human right, that everyone will agree with me, and then things will change, right? But I got to work backwards from where people are. I don't know that message will resonate with you.
Exactly.
Right? It will once you, how old are you?
I'm 23.
It'll resonate with you when you turn 26.
But I'm like, for me, like, I don't think that, I think we should, you know, for healthcare, I don't think we should worry about that at the moment, because we have other complete issues that we have to worry about.
No, that's fine. I'll just die in the meantime.
Yeah.
Anyway, but what I'm saying is you work backwards from what's important to them.
Exactly.
And so a lot of it is, and that's what I was trying to get him to look at, is say, just for a moment, empathize with the guy who owns a plumbing business or something. I don't know. He's got his F-150. He's driving over this thing every day, and you're telling him that the delay is going to get worse. You know, even 5 minutes. You know, he's going to raise hell over that.
Yeah.
And so what I'm saying is work backwards from that. Like if we empathetically, in the same way, I wish I could get the guy in the F-150 to work backwards from the neighborhood here and say, this viaduct is obnoxious, and put yourself in the shoes of this neighborhood and work backwards. But that guy's never going to live in this neighborhood. So, you know, and the other is that guy's not proposing the change.
Yeah.
Right? So it's also who the person advocating for the status quo kind of gets a pass.
Exactly.
Right? It's the person who's coming and proposing the new thing that, you know, and because they're proposing the new thing of removal, he's got extra. Where were we going with that?
Anyways, on that one, I'd say, like, if we're talking about like investing money, then, you know, maybe get in contact.
Your message won't be ignored, Joyce, by the way.
With like
different,
you know, with different like groups and stuff, I'd say, maybe. Like investing money, probably.
Oh, talking about like trying to get freedom of choice built out. So a lot of it, I've, in my opinion, my uneducated opinion, we've built out an amazing motor vehicle network because we have created tax revenue structures dedicated to the car. The motor fuel tax. Oh my gosh, that has generated so much revenue. And it's like a cycle, right? People drive, then they need to buy gas, and when they buy gas, they fund the road so they can drive, right? We're beautiful. I mean, it's been a machine. We, thanks to Senator Bob Dole in the 90s, who decided that the time had come to get rid of the national federal gas tax. We almost lost that trust fund, but what has happened is since 1994 it's stalled. So it doesn't make the money it used to. But then it became more robust because now to make up for it, we've States have been more aggressive raising their state gas tax. Counties have raised sales taxes. They've done turnpikes. So you have this like dedicated funding mechanism that keeps cars moving.
Exactly.
Right? If we want this other stuff, we have to create a tax mechanism for it. So we have to figure out some way, and it probably doesn't have to be very big to like build bicycle network out, because if it costs tens or hundreds of millions of dollars for a big road project, you might only have to come up with 5 or 10 million for a bike lane, right? So if you can, but what kind of a, and this is where I get stuck, because with a car, it's already kind of expensive, and I'm buying expensive fuel. So throwing a tax on the gasoline isn't a big deal. But a bicycle by nature, what kind of revenue can I attach to bicycles where the more people ride their bicycles, the more revenue we generate, and not accidentally have it go the other way where it discourages people from riding their bicycle, right? Because the last thing you want, like we just had this in the big billionaire bill, where they added a tax on electric car, a federal tax on electric cars. Right? On the one hand, critics would say, well, that's discouraging people from buying electric cars because now there's an extra charge. But where the money goes is the federal highway trust fund, right? The same thing where your federal gas tax go. So it's a chicken and the egg thing, right? Because on the one hand, the tax is discouraging the behavior, but on the other hand, by taxing electric vehicles, now you have a stable funding source to keep highways getting built, federal aid money coming in, even as people switch to electric cars, right? So is that a good or bad thing? I don't know. Probably depends on how you voted, but so I don't know with this other infrastructure, what do you do to fund it? Because once you have dedicated funding, you can do what you want to do there. What were you saying?
Yeah, no, that's good.
You're good? So
I mean,
hopefully that gives you some kind of an answer. So thanks again, Brickatech. Joyce, you're up next.
Well, it's my wife, actually, I think.
Is that your?
I think it's my wife right there.
Oh, okay. Do you want to read it? Make sure it's. Is it good to read?
No, so she's worried about me.
Oh, do you need to go home?
Yeah, I kind of need.
I don't want my message being ignored. I am Mark's wife, and I have the right to worry about him. Ain't I right? You are right. Yeah. No. If she wants you home, you better go.
Yeah.
So. Been good hanging out with you.
Nice to meet you, I mean.
So.
Yeah, if you ever want to hang out,
Sounds good. Well, give my best to your family, and I appreciate chatting with you. So, I'll still keep reading for a little bit here as you take off. Don't watch it while you drive. Just listen. I don't want you to crash.
I live literally right up the street.
Okay, but still don't watch it. Yeah, I turn this mic off here, and then we'll get back to. Okay. Yeah, time sure flies, doesn't it? Thanks again, Joyce. And I'm sorry you had to do a super chat to get his attention. He should have been checking his text, but that's all right. It's kind of you. Nice of you to share him tonight. Okay, Cowboy Butler, double-digit super chat here, which is a great username, by the way. Keep rocking those roadways. Will do. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Bennett, you're very wise. No, I just read things. Most of the things I say are something I read somewhere. I picked up a Wall Street Journal article, and then I remember, so I mentioned I'm a big fan of The Simpsons, and there was, so I've seen all the jokes. But I forget that I've seen the jokes, and I've forgotten that they belong to The Simpsons, So I go out to eat with my brother and some friends and stuff at this. There used to be this great little deli type place in Utah called Johnny Beef's. And my brother and his friends discovered it, and so we went there to eat. And Johnny had a sandwich called the Italian Stallion, which was like grabbing all the luncheon meats, hot and cold, and shoving them all on one sandwich, And I just blurted it out after my brother or one of my friends ordered the Italian Stallion. I was like Noah. I was like, bring me 2 of every animal. So I got him a laugh, and I felt witty, and I thought, maybe I'm funnier than I think I am, you know? So I go home, a couple days go by, I'm watching an episode of The Simpsons, and I don't remember the context, but the punchline was Homer wanting to eat all the meats and saying, "Bring me 2 of every animal." And I go, oh, I'm not funny. I just stole it. So some of the witticisms or things I might have said tonight are probably not me. I just, I have a mind for remembering junk. Apparently, repeat it back to you. But you're kind anyway, Bennett. I appreciate your super chat here. Darth Witcher, how long do you plan to do YouTube? Tonight or like in general? So, I've had a couple of, if you're talking tonight, I don't know, if you guys keep tipping me, I'll just keep going. But, once it kind of dies down, I probably get a Whataburger and then call it a night. And then tomorrow I'll get my barbecue on my way out and I'll start heading home. Finally, I'm excited. This has been a remarkable trip. It all started with my sister needing some help with her house because of tariffs and things. It affected her employment. The tech crisis didn't help. She's a remote tech worker for a company that was affected significantly by the tariffs. And so she's had to rent her house out, move home for a while. But the house, she spent the last couple of years remodeling, in the middle of remodeling the house because she figured she's going to live there for decades, So part of saying, well, to justify driving to help her out, let's get work done. And I realized the southeast United States, where she lives, is a region I haven't covered much of. I had a Texas video, in 2019 that was just random stuff I shot on a cell phone during a trip here over a couple of days, and then I cobbled it into a video later. I think to put the video together, I filmed all my stand-ups in California in just like a generic place with no palm trees, and then kind of stitched it in, and it was really a kind of sketchy how I put it all together, but it worked. And then I haven't been back to the Southeast since. I've done the Midwest, Minneapolis, Chicago, but I haven't done anything down here. So this was an opportunity, like I say, to hit Oklahoma and Tennessee and Georgia, and thankfully along the way it's not all hotels. I try to stretch, like I said, I'm spending your Patreon money to get more stuff for you. But I also will have the fortune of, like here in Dallas, I've got relatives. So they're happy to see me, and I'm in town, and so it's an opportunity to get a little bit of work done and have somebody to stay with. Staying with my sister some when I wasn't getting work done. But I'm excited to be heading home because when I left home, it was May 14th. And I thought I'd be gone 2 weeks. And I thought, I'll go out, I'll help with the house, I'll cover one story, and it just totally spun out of control. I had the delusion of thinking 3 days. I can go to a city, I have 1 day for the interview, 1 day for writing, 1 day for shooting, and I'm out of here. And it just doesn't work that way, even with the final edits that I have to do later, or in this case, do as I'm traveling. It's 9 days, or not 9 days, 7 days, to get a video done not from start to finish, but from getting to the town, doing the interview, listening to the interview and chopping it up and writing it into a script, trying to come up with research, laying those sound bites out, writing my things I want to say around it, coming up with where in town should I go say that, what things do I need to film to show off the thing that the person in the interview described, what dollar store Legos do I need to buy, and then go out and shoot it. And the shoot days go by like this because you drive to the location, you start shooting, you think you're there about 30 minutes and it's been 4 hours. You're like, oh my gosh. And then you try to hurry to another shooting location and you film for 3 or 4 hours and you go to another filming location. After 3 locations, the sun's setting and you're done for the day. Well, then I go home and I take what I shot and I chop it up into little pieces and then I stick it in and see if it fits. And then I go out and do it again the next day and the next day. And then I start to then go through and go, okay, what B-roll, like video that covers the interview or covers something I say, do I need to cover what I'm showing off, right? So start plopping that on, you know. So I make a big punch list, and some of that stuff's not easy. Like, oh, I need a picture of one of the toll booths that's abandoned. Okay, well, I'm not gonna park my car on the freeway on the side of the tollway and do something illegal and dangerous to go get that shot. So then you just start going on hope of driving down the Route 66 and trying to film things as I'm seeing them. And there's an entrance to one of the old tollways from Route 66. So I'll drive in there and get a whole bunch from a safe location in a parking lot. I guess they hadn't demolished it yet, they hadn't gated it off. I was able to get footage of it. So a lot of it's serendipitous. Sometimes I'm driving and I'm experiencing the tollway or Route 66, and something happens that wasn't part of my story. And I go, oh, this is important. So then I gotta go back to the newspaper archives and look it up, you know. And that's another part of it too, is before I even do the interview, going to the newspaper archives to look up the history of the Turner Turnpike so I can write the questions to be able to know what to ask the guy ahead of time. So like, it just kind of like cascades, and next thing you know, even working around the clock all day until midnight, getting up early in the morning and going and going and going, it's 7 days in a hotel, you know. And so that's how a trip can start May 14th and then totally spin out of control. So, but I'm not complaining. It's a wonderful privilege that you provide me, and hopefully I stay youthful and don't get too sore doing it. But so what were we talking about originally? Let's see. I think we got way off topic. How long do I plan to do YouTube? So, very long answer to your short question. I started this off as an excuse to get the attention of public relations people at departments of transportation so that they would hire me and get me a job. And it kind of spun out of control where now, forget about it. I am just getting to the point of, thanks to your contributions on Patreon and having some of the YouTube videos do a little bit better lately. Just, you know, the Wyoming one almost helped pay all the gas for this trip. It did quite well. I do drive a Prius, but you know, it helped. Pay for some of the hotels too. But it's getting to the point now where it's starting to get into what I consider okay, I'm working on this full time, but it's not poverty level. It's actually like, you know, okay money where it's not anywhere close to engineer or PR person yet, but it's beating a Utah school teacher, so an entry-level elementary school teacher. So, you know what I'm saying? So as it continues to go and grow, I can start to justify saying, maybe I just never stop, right? Because there's an endless bucket of stories to cover. You know, I'm never going to run out. Some of the ones you'll write and tell me about, I'm getting the pitches faster than I can make them. And those are just the ones you guys pitch me. It's not even the ones I'm coming across myself, right? And so, like, think about this. Like, if this trip, I still have one in Tennessee, 1 or 2 in Greenville, because Bennett helped me so much that I have more footage than I could ever possibly use. It's great. So it's probably gonna be 2 stories from Greenville because there's 2 angles to it. I have Atlanta. So I've got, if I edit those, I've got August, September, October, November. I'm almost to Christmas just using the footage I've already shot at the rate I can produce it. So then, if I take another trip, like say I at some point go to Colorado, well, that's at least 2 stories, right? Because I've got the park over the freeway, and while I'm there, maybe talking about the concrete that has the fiber in it instead of the rebar, right? So there's 2 stories right there. But maybe while I'm there, I do a story on the problems with Pena Boulevard going out to the airport, or I do a story on, I don't know. And so then but the thing is, you're like, okay, so I'm in a town for 3 weeks, I film 3 stories, I bring the raw material back, well then that's 3 more months, right? In December, January, February, right? And so it's a great situation to be in. It's an enormous amount of work, but it's a great situation to be in. And so that's why I'm looking at this and going, as if the money continues to grow as it has, as you and others have generously decided to chip in and do this, it starts to get more and more where it's like, okay, maybe this won't have to stop. So I don't know. Things could change. I could suddenly get married and find myself to be a parent, and then suddenly have to go figure out a way to double my income so I can afford to live, right? So that could end it. I could get injured and not be able to do it. That could be a problem, you know. You never know what's going to happen in life, but for the moment, there's a thing working, and it's working. One of my mentors is the Talking Simpsons podcast I mentioned earlier, which I'm a big fan of. If you like The Simpsons, go listen to their podcast and Patreon them some money. But they're one of my mentors because they don't have a YouTube component. They make all of their money off of Patreon, and it's become their jobs. And they just celebrated 10 years and did a special podcast talking about it. And so they were much more candid and open about opening the curtain, talking about what life is like producing content. And he said at a certain point, you start making enough money where you stop apologizing for your job and just realize it's your job. And I don't remember at what point in income they were, but I kind of feel like I'm getting close to teetering to that point where it's like, stop apologizing. This isn't a placeholder thing till life begins. Maybe this is the thing, which is fun. And it's you make it happen. You didn't do it, then I couldn't do it. But it'd be fine. I'd go get another job, and we look back on what we've done, and no shame in it. It'd be just great we did it, But for now, the Patreon is just nudging up a little bit more and a little bit more, and so it's like, okay, well, let's keep doing it. Like I say, I got a year's worth of ideas, and you guys send me about 2 or 3 months worth of ideas every month, so that we're not going to run out of stories. This is a $1 trillion industry, and I don't mind driving a car. So, I mean, I just bought the Prius. It's got under 100,000 miles. Let's wear it out. So, anyway, thank you so much for your super chat. All right, well, we got some more here. Let's see. Make sure I'm not missing any. All right, got Laza92. You're the best, Rob. Well, thank you. That's kind of it. Went to my brother's birthday dinner and figured I'd miss the stream, and yet here you are. Enjoy the trip home. Best wishes. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I get carried away. Hey, one of the stories coming up about Atlanta, the angle on it is it's from a traffic reporter's perspective. The industry's changed a lot now, where 1 or 2 really good traffic reporters do all the reports for like 8 radio stations, rather than, and sometimes even in multiple cities, rather than each station having their own traffic reporter and hiring somebody like out of college. And there's pluses and minuses about that. But the fun of that is when I point a camera at an engineer, they stay on topic and stick to the data, and it's, a little boring, but it's good, yeah. But a traffic reporter or any radio person, you point a camera or mic at them, and I don't have to ask another question. They just go, and just go and go and go. And so my radio background, it's, you guys point a mic at me and say go, and it's like, okay, well, what are you talking for the? If I were a girl, they'd think I'm a valley girl, So like, oh my gosh, I got like 11 things to tell you. Now I'm picking on girls, I'm just saying. Okay, thanks again, Lazy92. Brickatech again. Thank you. You say, I'm cool with paying the Turnpike Bob fee. I think you meant something else, but unless there's a Turnpike Bob. Turnpike Bob fee to help you with traveling. Oh, Turnpike Bob. I got it. Since then, I Road Guy Rob, Turnpike Bob. To help you with traveling. If you ever come back to Phoenix, I'd love to talk to you about roads. Very nerdy. Yeah, this is what's frustrating, is I'm trying to get home, so I don't have a lot of time. I'll probably drive, well, I might miss Phoenix slightly. because I'll probably come up Tucson and then out 8 to probably coming by close. I'll wave as I drive by. But I need to set up again. You know what? You're motivating me to, once or twice in the past for patrons only, I did a Discord night where we just hung out and talked. So you could talk directly to me too. Maybe I need to bring that back, like once a month, it's in addition to the podcast, which I still need to tape. I don't know where I'm going to do that, but the thank you podcast each month with transportation news headlines and stuff for patrons, maybe as a patron perk every month or every other month. We ought to do a Discord hangout night. You're getting me thinking, because that'll give us an excuse to hang out, you know. Andrew Cordes, thank you for your super chat. Andrew writes, are you following the ADCMS grants? UDOT got $5 million. Let's show digital delivery and asset management piloting at UDOT. I am not following it, so now I need to Google what an ADCMS grant is. It's funny to look at, not trying to get political, but I thought it was funny that the grant that they got to help finish the Tulsa traffic hinge had an acronym, and now it's escaping me what it is. Mega grant, but I think it was mega grant. And it used to be called something else, but it's basically the same thing. And then the new administration came in and they got rid of the name mega and they went, I think, to a new name or back to the old name, right? Even though the program hasn't changed. I had a hunch. So I looked it up, and if it's mega grant, I think the E is equity. And I think I've decided that this administration hit Control F on the government and typed in diversity, and anything that had that name in it, they're like, change. Okay. Equity, and anything that had that name in it, change. Inclusion, change. Anyway, that's fine. Grant's the same thing. ADCMS grants are competitive grant. And that's one of the things I was mentioning to our friend who was here, is that the federal grants are very competitive. You know, this federal tax money gets spent really well because states have to, like, it's not a guarantee they're going to get it. They got to come in and beat out other states and showing that they're going to spend the money the best. ADCMS program is a competitive discretionary program that focuses on accelerating the adoption of advanced technology that may be applied to the construction lifestyle, including through the design, engineering, construction, and operational phases that maximize interoperability with other systems, products, tools, or applications, boost productivity, manage complexity, reduce project delays, cost overruns, enhance safety and quality. So it sounds like this is a grant to make you more competitive at winning grants. So if you're really good at your operations, then and that's the UDOT, right? Like UDOT has a reputation around the country of being like, they are not afraid to throw all the spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks, but yet they do it in a way where they're not wasting any spaghetti. It's very weird. Like Utah's a very interesting culture where most red states, kind of like Oklahoma, everybody's so skeptical of government spending money, and they assume it's all, you know, like they want to keep the taxes low and not spend anything. Utah's not afraid to charge some taxes. Utah's not afraid to spend some money, but then they like stretch the heck out of that money and try to get as much as they can out of it, and they're pretty good at it. And they've done it in a way where public perception of UDOT has been through the roof for 20 years. I mean, they just are really, I don't know, they're innovative and they're quick and they're, you know, years ago people would just chat like this and somebody would write in and say, well, what's your favorite Department of Transportation? And I didn't want to say UDOT because I'm from Utah, I grew up there. It just feels like, oh, I'm rooting for the home team. What's your favorite sports team? Well, the Jazz, right? You know, that's not really that creative. But as I'm talking more and more to people just through reputation, it really does sound like UDOT's got something pretty good going. And I think there's a few other DOTs they mentioned as well, but I'm trying to remember which ones they were. But anyway, UDOT's got something pretty good going. So now that we know the name of the grant, I'm going to look up, so you mentioned it was ADCMS grant, so I'll put that in and I'll search ADCMS grant UDOT, and I'm sure they have a press release. Then we dive more into what you're talking about. UDOT secures funds to implement more efficient. So this was, if this is what I'm looking at, this was in 2024. Yeah, UDOT's been awarded a $5 million grant to advance the implementation of digital construction technology. The funds will help UDOT improve design, construction, and asset maintenance databases. I believe an asset database is like, how do you know where all your signs are, right? So you create this big database where you number every single sign and give it a location, so that later you can keep track of like, oh, we need to replace all the 65-mile-an-hour signs. Where are they? And you can go to like a spreadsheet and, you know, I believe that's correct. The grant funds come from ADCMS from the bipartisan infrastructure bill that Congress passed in 2021. UDOT will receive $6 million, $5 million from the bill and $1.25 million for matching state money. The grant will help secure consultant support, so they're going to hire someone to help them out, for UDOT to procure the necessary hardware and software. They're going to buy equipment. For UDOT's digital-first infrastructure that allow the department to become more efficient, okay, especially where it interfaces with contractors and outside parties. So maybe software where as the contractor's designing it, then UDOT can connect directly to it. It'd be interesting to know what they're trying to do. And maybe that's why you're asking me to do a story. In particular, the new systems and tools will allow digital files to be used through all phases of construction and maintenance once construction ends. Oh, okay. So when we looked at, I mean, I'm sure they have digital files as well, but when we went to see the Tulsa Henge construction project, they had a big set of paper plans there. Now, I'm sure those weren't their only set of plans, and I'm sure they do a lot of digital stuff. But theoretically, back decades ago, you'd print the plans out and you'd have them on site, and someone would be thumbing through them to look at it to know how to build the thing. I don't know what that sound is. And so what they're basically saying is no paper, just go all digital. So UDOT has a digital file, and the consultant who designed it has a digital file, and the construction workers who build it have a digital file, and then the people who are fixing it later have a digital file. Man, Dallas is noisy. It's like I'm in a big city. That's why Hank Hill was so scared to come here. Dallas? I don't know. That boy ain't right. Anyway, I haven't had plans to cover this story because I wasn't aware it was happening. So, but that's kind of nerdy enough. I probably need to go. I wonder if I should try to go to like the UDOT conference or something in November. I haven't thought of that. Anyway, I appreciate you bringing that up, Andrew. But yeah, no, I haven't been following it, so I appreciate you letting me know. All right. I got to figure out a way to block spam. YouTube doesn't give me a lot of tools, so I'm sorry the guy keeps... Andrew writes, I'm part of the team at UDOT, fascinating topics. Oh, so you're doing this then. So, you ever want to chat with me on background, shoot me an email, news@roadguyrob.com, so you'd be reaching into a TV station. So news@roadguyrob.com. If you want to just do an off-the-record call and kind of tell me what's going on, I'd be happy to chat with you. So, and I think we're caught up. Andrew writes, yes, come to the conference. Yeah, well, I'll have to see. I have to shamelessly ask because of my budget, these conferences and say, hey, I'm not an engineer, but will you extend a media pass? And sometimes IT's been really good about that with Western Conference. If they were happy to have me come. They say, well, you can't eat any of the meals, that's not covered, but you want to come to all the booths and technical sessions, sure, we'll give you a media pass. And so then that makes it possible for me to go. So, but yeah, I hadn't planned to go to the UDOT conference, but I probably should because UDOT's got a lot of innovative stuff going on. I hadn't realized, you know, Caltrans does amazing work. They do some of the best quality, but Caltrans is very slow to innovate. They seem like they come up with something that works, and they don't care if it's a 50-year-old design. They just keep doing it because it works. And so on the one hand, I admire that because they're really good at delivering quality, but on the other hand, it's like, oh, come on, can't you try a diverging diamond interchange? Can't you try a, you know, actually, there's so many off-ramps in California. It's called, oh man, if this were a UDOT, they would have done a quick diverging diamond retrofit. Like the Walmart near my house is in a suburb called Beaumont, and Beaumont has a diamond interchange that's just fails. There's frontage roads that are too close. It's a mess. And the Riverside County Transportation Commission has a plan to work with Caltrans to convert it to a diverging diamond. But it's like by the time you go through the CEQA process and everything, and then try to identify the funding and everything, it's pushing into like 2028 or 2029 if it gets built at all. And so far, every other diverging diamond they've talked about doing in Southern California has fallen through. And it's really too bad because I hate that off-ramp because it's just so unnecessarily slow. And I feel like making a diverging diamond would be like pulling the hair out of the drain. It would just, the traffic would just start moving. And so where UDOT, I've seen in Lehigh, they knew they were going to be tearing that whole freeway out and rebuilding it anyway, but they knew that wasn't for like 5 more years. So they went in and did a quick diverging diamond retrofit in a matter of months, and it got traffic moving again. And I admire that, you know, but just a different political environment, I suppose, you know. So, Andrew, thank you for your super chats. And well, now you got me thinking I probably ought to go to the UDOT conference. Car Freak writes, we have a new DDI open in Washington State last week. That's cool. Yeah, I think they're great in areas where you don't have a lot of pedestrian volume. Although they're not bad, like somebody like our friend who came tonight to advocate for pedestrian stuff would not be wrong to say that a diverging diamond field would, I'm putting words in his mouth, I don't know what he would say, but I might imagine somebody in his position would correctly point out that freeway interchanges, including diverging diamonds, are hostile places for pedestrians. He's not wrong. But I argue that compared to a standard diamond interchange, it was a lot better. You know, and it's counterintuitive because you cross at a light when the traffic's going like this, so there's no conflict, so you're going parallel to the traffic, and there's nowhere for anybody to go, and then you walk down the middle of the road, which is weird, but you have barriers on both sides. And to me, it just felt better than a conventional diamond. But I do think a spooey interchange is just genuinely hostile toward pedestrians because those ramps are so high speed, you know, that Spinner writes, roundabouts are harsh to pedestrians. Well, the argument with a roundabout being harsh to a pedestrian is, do I want to cross the street where the traffic's entering the intersection at 45 miles an hour, or do I want to cross something that is a little skewed and it's a little uncomfortable, and I do have a longer walk, but the traffic has to enter the intersection at 10 to 15 miles an hour max. And to mirror the Carmel transportation administrator who pointed that out, I'd rather take my chances with the 15 mile an hour cars. So I've never felt uncomfortable crossing at a roundabout, you know, especially the properly designed ones. I'm sympathetic when I've ridden a bicycle because I felt like there was nowhere to go. But I'm a 6 foot tall man, so I just merged in with the traffic and rode through. But that's not really safe if you have a 6-year-old kid. But are there any intersections where I feel comfortable with a 6-year-old kid going straight across, you know, other than really tight urban, you know, Dutch design, but most places you're not going to get those, you know. Two suburban arterials are not going to be a Dutch intersection, but you know, double lane roundabout, I don't know. I like the idea of the cars approaching the crosswalk at 15. They're on the brakes anyway, so I would think that stop compliance for the crosswalk would be a bit better, because you're approaching a green light and hitting your right turn. Well, I guess you'd be on your brakes for that too, though. But you, I don't know. There's something about, if I've entered an intersection, I'm about to hit that parallel crosswalk that I'm now going across because I'm turning right, I've had to slow down to 15 miles an hour. I've had to yield to a crosswalk as I've entered. I've had to yield to cars going around the roundabout. So I'm already kind of in this mindset that at any moment I may need to jam on my brake. So as I hit that crosswalk, as I come around the corner, it's just only natural that, oh, this is another thing I have to yield to. But if I'm hitting the green light, making a right-hand turn, I'm like, hey, I got the green light, the world's my oyster, and I might not even be looking for the pedestrian, right? So, I don't know, I'd be interested to hear more on the rationale of roundabouts being hostile to pedestrians, because intersections are pretty hostile. Any place where a pedestrian has to cross motor vehicle traffic is harsh, you know. All right. Chris writes, I heard the choppers. They're looking for Rob again. Well, I hope not. I'm under the bridge, so they can't see me. It's just like GTA. You hide under the bridge, and then the copter can't see you, and then your stars disappear. Hey, Rob, let's see. Davis974 says, hey, Rob, you should walk north on Good Latimer, follow the dark green line, and go where it crosses under 345. But it's 12:30 in the morning. All right. Let me get a swig of water and we'll go. How far of a walk is that? Hopefully it's not too far. I'm on Good Latimer, right? So I got to go north to where dark crosses underneath. All right. That's where you got the guy to ambush me and steal my wallet. And I packed some of this stuff up. We're gonna go for a walk, including my litter. I don't know why you guys are talking me into this. I was hoping to just wrap up and go to bed. All right. Is that my paper or somebody else's? That's mine. All right. Amazing how the paper, the grass is humid enough that the paper was wet. Okay, so I think I got everything. Okay, help me look on the map. Before I commit to walking real far, I'm caving to peer pressure. How far do I have to walk? So I go up Good Latimer to where the DART train. Oh, if I got to go all the way up to where it goes under Interstate 45, that's like a lot of blocks. To go to the DART train's only a block. We could do that. What was it you guys said you wanted me to do? Let me pull the stream up again. Oh, I'm getting a bigger consensus that I should just go to bed. Yeah, but I'm only going to drive across Texas tomorrow. I can sleep on the freeway. All right. Brickatech says, I'm bike riding home from work now, so I'll join. Are you, I thought you were in Phoenix. Train leader says, will you be here tomorrow? I'm hoping to drive home tomorrow, so hopefully I'm heading back. So we can talk as I walk back this way, but otherwise I'm going to call it a night. Let's see. Okay, shut it down. Is that a, Gus, is that a reference to 30 Rock when they have that actor from Well, Liz Lemon keeps saying it. Stuff will happen on the show and she'll be like, shut it down. But I remember the Game of Thrones actor, the short guy, and I can't remember, she did something that really offended him and he just like walks away, drops the roses. He's like, shut it down. James writes, super chat, great channel, Rob. Well, thank you very much. I just think transportation is neat. You ever seen the meme of Marge Simpson holding a potato and she's like, I just think they're neat. By the way, that Deep Elm sign looks great at night. It's just got a nice neon to it. I thought it looked pretty cool in the daytime, but it at night it's lit up quite nicely. Punch Bowl Social. I'm not sure what kind of place that is, but it's just kind of neat to see that you can put land to work and make some money with it. So that's pretty cool. Ken reminds me, it's Peter Dinklage. Yes. So it's Peter Dinklage getting mad at Liz Lemon and on the show 30 Rock. Shut it down. Rob, you're drunk, go to bed. JK, I hope not. I gotta drive home. Been drinking lots of water. I remember, I think there was a TikTok type YouTube short or whatever where it had to have been staged. It was like the guy cracks open a can right as the cop walks to his window, and but then they notice it's non-alcoholic or whatever. But I just remember something like that. All right, well, I'm back in my car, so I appreciate keeping company with you the last 6 hours or so, and my voice is hoarse and I'm exhausted for being out in the heat, but it has cooled down to 84 now, so it feels a little chilly. So, but well, hopefully in another 6 to 8 weeks we'll do something like this again, probably from California because I'll be back home, but maybe the steepest street in LA or something like that and find something. But okay, well, you all take care and have a good night here. Figure out how to hit stop. We're doing I was just about to wrap up a live stream talking about the bridge.
Okay.
So you all out having a hangout night?
Birthday.
Well, happy birthday to your friend.
Thank you.
So
Well, you enjoy your video.
yeah, you too. Take care. Okay, figure out how to hit stop. I thought I stopped it. I'm still young. I'm still hip. I still know technology.